Good morning, panel members. How's everyone? On the verge of a Labor Day weekend. Last hurrah of summer. Okay.
You're live, Mr. Chair. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Barb. Good morning. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to the property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever properties to create new lots. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We also ask that you mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled and you will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance, and the host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, in the event of an appeal, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act back in November 2022 and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure will be as follows. After first dealing with deferrals, we will proceed in order in the items listed in the agenda in order, and making your submissions where an application is not contested, being there's no one here to speak in opposition to it, not that there's not opposition letters, but when it's uncontested in terms of presentations, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired or if the committee requests it. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee, and the committee may ask then questions of the applicant and then take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or their agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and the clock is up on the board, and we will comment and ask you to wrap up when you reach the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please start off by clearly stating your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent goes first on a contested application and makes their presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions made to proposals of the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the matter if substantially revised in order to ensure that the application being revised is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application have been informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentations. And when all other speakers are finished, the applicant or their agent has the opportunity to rebut only those issues and answer those questions that were raised by the speakers. That will then mark the end of the discussion on the matter, and the application is then taken into committee for a decision. Okay, some housekeeping matters first to take care of. We first of all have the confirmation of the minutes of the last meeting. We need a motion to adopt that. If I can have a motion to that effect, please.
I'll move approval of the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Kumarik. Seconder for that.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, the minutes are approved. Madam Secretary, is there any files to be closed this morning?
None today.
Okay, so then I see on the deferral list, we do have 4 listed on the list. Items 4, 6, 10, and 20 is in the afternoon. So we'll have to just touch base on those 3 items. So the first one is actually item number 4, and that is 25 Countryman Circle. It's an application for 2-story rear addition with a new deck in the rear yard. We have 27 letters of opposition. Number 27. It was another one, and we have a lot of numbers. It's only the municipal next door neighbor, number 27, is opposed. We have D1, meaning the deferral recommendation from community planning is in order for the applicant to submit all required materials, plans, information, etc., as it relates to missing, incomplete, or unclear minor variance zoning reviews or waivers. So the speaker on this application, we have more than one, is Kima Priyan Tharumaratina, the agent who did not pre-register. The agent for the applicant, that's the only speaker on this item, is Yama Priyan in the room or on virtual?
Mr. Chair, they are virtual.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
So as I don't know if you guys are aware, community planning has flagged this file for a deferral for the reasons I just mentioned. Are you is that acceptable to you and your client?
Yeah, the immediate neighbor have a concern about the matter, so I think that they agree with the 1 floor addition.
So you agree to the request to have this matter deferred to be, it looks like they're missing some materials from you. It's not for item number 2 for to consult and obtain information on the mine. That would be item number 3 or reason 3. The reason for the deferral is that they seem to say that you don't have all required materials, that your application is incomplete. Madam Secretary Treasurer, do we know why this matter has been flagged?
I
For
don't know
deferral?
anything beyond the memo. The agent would have to advise you if he's in support of the deferral or not.
Okay, so you said, sir, you're aware the neighbor has some concerns. So are you prepared to have this matter deferred today, or would you like to proceed?
I'd like to proceed.
You'd like to proceed?
Yeah.
Okay, so the risk then of typically community planning, it says, should the committee decide not to grant the deferral request, staff recommends that the application be refused. So just you're proceeding on that basis that community planning is not in favor of the application proceeding right now. So it's up to you whether you'd like to defer to find out from community planning if you don't already know what their concerns are and why they flagged this matter for deferral.
So the homeowner and we are okay with the 1 floor addition other than 2 floor addition. So
Well,
we
you
have to,
sorry, so you can't make changes. You're going to change your application from it's currently as a two-story addition, and you've submitted plans and all of that, and you want to now change it to a one-story addition. You're going to have to defer to change your application and change all your plans, because your plans now show a two-story addition, correct?
right.
Okay, so it sounds like you're going to need, if you're saying you're okay with reducing this because of the neighbors' concerns to a one-story addition, then you're going to have it deferred. You can't proceed today
Okay.
because we don't have those plans before us, right? You
Right.
have to change your plans. The committee has to make their approval based on the plans, and the plans now show a two-story addition.
Also,
Okay, so that means
if I may,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, there are materials missing that the city needs. So this is a little different than reason number 2 or any of the other reasons. I think this is a valid reason to defer.
okay, so this gives them an opportunity to look and see what the city thinks is missing, but also to make some rather significant changes to his application by removing the second one, making it a one-story addition instead of a two-story addition. So that's a very good, valid point, Mrs. Alderson. So, okay, so it sounds like and the agent, if he wants to change it to a one-story addition, is going to have to defer. So can I have a motion to defer, please?
I'm
Unless
happy to
anyone
make that
has any other
motion for deferral.
Okay, and perhaps the reason stated for the deferral is for the applicant to revise his application as he advised to a one-story, and also to check with community planning and to find out what they think is missing on this application.
Thank you.
So
You just said it all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. A seconder for that? Okay, Ms. McCluskey, thank you. All in favor? Okay, and to the applicant, we'll see you here again once you've clarified everything, and we'll see you here back at the date.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, before we go to the next one, did you ask about conflict of interest already?
Oh, yes, I didn't ask for that today. Okay, does anyone have any conflicts of interest to declare on the matters before us this morning? None to declare? Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary, for reminding me about that. And okay, so item number 4 has been deferred. Memo. Next one is item number 6, 36 39th Street. And that's an application. We have a number of speakers registered. That was an application for rear two-story addition, new two-story front addition. Above the addition, dwelling, a new deck, and a front porch. So it sounds like it's an all-dress pizza. We have everything on that one with 10 variances. So the neighbor has requested a deferral, and planning staff is asking for a deferral for reasons 1 and 6. So 6 means that the agent has agreed to it. So let's hear from the agent, and we'll have to just touch in with there's 2 other speakers, 2 neighbors on the line as well.
Mr.
Just
Chair,
touch base with.
I'd like to bring to your attention,
Yes.
only Ruth Weiner is present on the call at this time. The area
Okay.
resident at 34 39th is not present at the call.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so let's hear from the agent, Max Humaniuk.
Hi, my name is Max Humaniuk. My address is 38 Joe Schuster Way, and I'm the agent for 36 39th Street.
Okay, welcome, sir. So it looks like community planning was looking for a deferral, and it looks like
Yes.
you've complied. You've agreed because it says for reason number 6, which means that the applicant's request. You're okay with community planning's request to have this matter deferred?
Yes.
I can just state what's going to happen on the deferral.
So we made a few changes to the drawings and the design based on some of the neighbors and the city planning's recommendations to reduce some of the variances. Because of that, we received a new zoning review, and that has not been circulated in time. So we would like to have that circulated for the next hearing.
Correct. Okay, very good. Members, any questions for Mr. Humaniuk? And if not, let's hear from, just touch base with the neighbor, Ruth Weiner, who's a neighbor 38 on one side. The other neighbor on the other side was also scheduled to speak, but I guess it really doesn't matter if it's being deferred. And we'll hopefully hear from them when this matter comes back, if they still have concerns on the merits once there's been revisions made. So let's hear from Ruth Weiner, just touch base on the matter of the deferral.
Yeah, so thank you very much, everybody, for this opportunity. I'll be super brief. I support the deferral. Also, we do have several. I do have, and my husband has several issues of concern with a few of the variances, and we'd like to work with our neighbors to resolve that. And please let me jump in. The other neighbor, the other side neighbor, is here with me, and it is Irene and Harry Van Horsen. So they are 34, 39th. And if I may just give the floor to Irene.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for listening. As Ruth had said, we live on the other side. We share the laneway and the tight parking space. And Christian and I, or Harry and I, would respectfully request the COA to please defer this item. And doing so, it will give us more time to understand and work with Jackie and Mark. And we do look forward to maintaining a long and healthy friendship with them in the future. So if you can, defer that that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know that. So, in fact, we do have both neighbors present who waited just on the deferral. And if they still have concerns with the application when it's brought back as reconstituted, you'll certainly have a chance to join the meeting and let us know what those concerns are. Okay, members, any questions for either of the speakers, or is someone ready to weigh in with the motion to defer?
I'll move for deferral so that the applicant can revise the application.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there are 10 variances. Seconder for that, Mr. Kamar's motion. Thank you, Ms. McCluskey. All in favor? Okay, the matter is deferred. We'll see you here again. Thank you. Okay, the next matter on the deferral list is item number 10, 2 Bernice Avenue. And that's an application for a new detached dwelling with an attached garage with 9 variances. And we have requests from Marin Zabzumi, the agent, to request deferral as they're working with planning to make revisions, and there are 6 letters of support. And Urban Forestry will be looking for condition 3. Reasons are numbers 2 and 6. So 2 is to provide time for staff to appropriately review the application, discuss any concerns, make any changes. So let's hear from Mr. Zabzuni. And yeah, he's the only speaker.
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Zabzuni.
Good morning. Martin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway. Thank you.
Okay, so the matter is slated for deferral, flagged by staff and agreed to by yourself. As I just said.
We're working with staff to make some changes, so we need a little bit of time to essentially address that.
Yes, of course. Okay. Members, any questions from Mr. Zabzuni, or is someone ready for a motion?
No questions. I'll move to defer the application to allow the applicant more time to consult with city staff.
Thank you, Ms. McCluskey. I've seconded for that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Okay, Mr. Zabzuni, the matter has been deferred. We'll see you here again. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one more this afternoon, but that ends the deferrals for this morning's list. So having said that, then we can go back to item number 1 and hear our first application. And it's an application to legalize and maintain the existing 1-story East Side addition.
Always here.
And there are how many variances we have? 3 variances. We have an order to comply, supporting materials, 4 letters of opposition, a copy of the previous decision at went to the OMB, and that's about all we have. And the speaker on this application, we only have one, is Andy Trotter. Mr. Trotter, welcome, sir. Hold on, did we have something from planning? Oh, no.
Good morning. Andy Trotter, 81 St. Clarence Avenue, Toronto. So what we have is there was a previous decision they went through. They wanted minor variance for a new house. I think probably one of the most beautiful houses on the street, in my opinion. The neighbors took them to the OMB. They did not show up at the OMB. That closed. They built the house. Through the changes that they were making to appeal to the neighbors, they lost sight of one thing that occurred to them later. And I'll just say that in this instance, I was contacted by the contractor first, not by the homeowners, that said he had built already this mudroom in the back of the garage on the east side of the house without a permit, thinking that it was under 100 square feet and that he didn't need one. So he told the homeowners, you don't need a permit. This is what happened. So what they've done is they've gone from the previous decision of 38% to, I believe, 39.5% on the coverage. They've gone from 0.75 to 0.76 on the FSI, and they've gone from, they've kept an existing setback on the garage. So the garage is a 0.42 setback from the east property line, and the mudroom is 0.44. So they've just continued a bit on the existing situation. So I just point out that on the street, this tight side yard setback on integral garages is very common. As you go down the street, this is a regular occurrence with existing homes and with new homes. And as I say, this is a very small, unheated addition. We have shown it as integral. I did miss the garage door. There is a garage door, that's true. I forgot to put it in, that was my mistake. But we did show that this is an integral space, that this is connected to the house and it's being used in conjunction with the house. I see the variances either existing or very minor, and hope that you will approve this. I don't think I have anything else to say unless you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trotter. So basically, this committee is not punitive. We don't look at, I believe maybe they're penalized if they have to, in this situation, they have to pay a double fee. But if they didn't understand, or they thought they were entitled, it was under, you said 80 square feet or something, or maybe you thought it was like a bunkie when you added bunkie I don't think you need, if it's under certain square footage. But this committee should not look at it as whether it was as built. You have to look at it as if it was being requested, if it wasn't there. One other comment I just make is, when a neighbor makes an appeal to the OMB and then doesn't show up, in this case, the approval was from February and they were heard at the OMB or not heard in September. So that caused a huge delay of like 8 months, which is not nice when you make an appeal and you don't show up. I see this is one of the neighbors who wrote in. This is the neighbor who didn't show up at the OMB. Anyway, members, there are no other speakers. Is any questions for Mr. Trotter?
Can we just check if there's anyone present in the room for 5 KIRK Braden Road West? There's no one, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So does anyone, Mr. Trotter, don't go away from the podium. Anyone have any questions? Because there are no other speakers. Anyone else? Anyone have any questions for Mr. Trotter about this application, or is someone ready to, have a discussion and make a decision?
There's no discussion or questions? Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm satisfied the application meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval without conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
I'll gladly second that motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, it looks like it's unanimous. You have your approval, Mr. Trotter. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Okay, the next application is item number 2, 13 Elder Avenue. It's an application to permit a landscape deficiency to accommodate an existing swimming pool in the rear yard. There is one variance, being the soft landscaping in the rear yard, 50% required down to 33.4. The speaker on this application is Alexander Kaplunov, as well as we have Christine Mercado from the LBNA is also present to make a virtual presentation on this application. And we have on this application the previous decision. Planning is recommending refusal. And we have 11 letters of support and 1 letter of opposition. And I think there's one, there's a Metrolinx advisory, but planning is recommending refusal of this application. Okay, let's hear from the Alexander Kaplanov, and then we'll hear from Christine Mercado. Mr. Kaplanov?
Button. Got it. Hey, thank you. It's Alex Kaplunov from 13 Elder Avenue. Yeah, so to give context and background on this application, we had previously submitted just to get a fence permit, and that was for the pool, as we need one. And we had submitted it with drawings. We hired a third-party company that was well aware of all the requirements, and they submitted the drawings. The city reviewed them. At that time, they notified that it had 50+% soft landscaping, and that's what we agreed to on our side. We are not experts, as you can imagine, on this. And long and short was, when we were closing out the permit, the person from the City of Toronto notified us that their mistaken application that had not changed, the drawings that had not changed are incorrect, and they were less than 50. And that was requiring us to then submit to the Committee of Adjustments for this variance, which is what we are doing today. So we had put in a pool. The pool required concrete because our backyard is on a slant. Otherwise, there would be leakage to the neighbors, which required a retaining wall or concrete. Concrete was $40,000 cheaper. So we spoke to the neighbors. Everyone said it's okay, no problem. And we went ahead and proceeded with that plan. And then when we closed out that permit, we were told after laying the concrete, putting in the pool, that it was incorrect. So we have a 15% variance from what is required. And as you sort of alluded to, yes, the city asked us to change it to 40+. We looked at the comparables, about 10 of them in total that we've seen, range from 27 to 48%. We're at 34, 35, as you alluded to. So that's what we're asking from the city, is to essentially get that variance approved for that amount. We have soft landscaping around the pool. We have the pool itself, of course, and yeah, we have deck and soft landscape around that, but that doesn't count. But that's really kind of long and short of the application and what we're trying to achieve.
Okay. They seem, when you read the letter of the refusal memo, they seem to indicate there's some opportunity they feel to, not asking them to take out the pool, but to increase the soft landscaping around the pool. So I don't know how much concrete. Do you have a picture of this? They feel, I guess, there's an opportunity, and you do have 4 letters of opposition from neighbors, and we're going to hear from the Long Branch Association, who've been actually pretty quiet lately. So they're not showing up unless they have real concern. They used to show up more frequently. So we're going to hear from Christine Mercado, but you're saying you don't feel that there's any opportunity, since they discussed it with you, but you said, no, you're not going to make any further changes.
Yeah, so
can you explain, are you willing to make any further, or are you saying you can't do it, or what's the reason?
Yeah, sorry. So I guess to explain, when I spoke to the city, they were saying to tear out the concrete, and I let them know that because of the slant in the backyard, they had to lay the concrete about, I think it was 6 to 9 inches deep. So that would require significant work, and we don't know the damage of it because it's retaining. So we weren't sure of it. And then on the other side of that, our neighbors next to us, I mean, not to make it a sad story, but the person has cancer. He's going in and out. People are coming in and out, and we needed access through their laneway. and they can't give us that access anymore. So in order to do the construction, it would require a significant amount of time, significant burden on the neighbors. So we've tried to minimize that after using their laneway last year for, I'd say, a better part of 8 weeks. So that's sort of where I let the city know that it's a significant challenge. We don't know if it's doable. We don't know if it could change the reinforcement of the concrete. And I'm not an expert. I'm not an engineer, so I can't even say if that would do it.
You know, you went ahead anyway. You went ahead and did something. It is about 30 square meters from 86.11 to 57, about 29 square meters difference. So it's about a third off from what it is.
Yes.
Anyway, okay. So let's hear. Does anyone have any questions for the agent before we hear from Christine Mercado?
I do.
Okay, let's hear from.
I have a question, Chair. Yeah, the chair actually asked you if you had submitted any photographs. You didn't submit. You didn't take that opportunity to submit.
I didn't know. I wasn't aware. I'm happy.
It would have been helpful for us to actually be able to visualize it, because even street view doesn't go into backyards. So.
Absolutely. If it's not too late, I can show you.
It is too late, but
yeah. I did not know.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks.
I have a question as well.
Thanks.
If I may, Mr. Chair. I believe, LBNA's concerns, I suspect, are going to be with regard to tree and tree canopy. So my question is, were any trees removed prior to the construction of the pool?
None.
So it's not like...
It was just a grass backyard that was on a slant downwards.
Yeah, because I'm looking at Google Street View or Google Maps, and I don't see any trees there. So it's not like we lost any canopy for the construction of the pool. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, it looks like I was, so you were at committee. I guess what the community planning is saying as well is that you did have an application. You didn't ask for that there was no pool, I guess, when you did get your,
that wasn't me. Yeah, sorry, that was a builder.
Yeah. Okay.
We bought it after a couple of years.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Sorry, I was just saying we built it, or we purchased it a couple of years after that. We weren't the builder, or we didn't hire a builder.
I see. You weren't. Your homeowner was not the homeowner at the time when this was done.
Correct.
When they got the approvals back in 2016.
That's right.
Okay, so let's hear Christine Mercado.
Hello. So my name is Christine Mercado, and I'm the chair of the Longbridge Neighborhood Association. So I'm attending today to refer to the letter submitted by planning staff, which you've indicated that you've already read, and they speak about its accumulation of variances that result in an overbuilt environment and set a precedent for inadequate preservation of soft landscaping. And it also speaks to policy 2.3.1 of the OP that promotes environmental sustainability of neighborhoods, particularly regarding landscaping improvements and stormwater management techniques. So I actually came today because I wanted to listen, because there seemed to be, when something already exists, you kind of wonder, is there some sort of a middle ground that can be established? Because the pool is already existing, and the letter that was submitted by staff was very black and white, which stated that there will be no improvements. So it didn't exactly represent the applicant in the best of light. But now that I've listened to the presentation, I'm wondering if there is some sort of a middle ground where we could defer this application so we can speak to his contractor about what improvements can be made. Because I'm no pool expert either, but in looking at the application, it looks like there's been errors, and nobody seems to be an expert on pools, and there are no pictures. So I'm wondering if it's too late to have this application deferred, so adequate pictures can be provided, because the preservation of plantable space has become quite imperative since there's been a huge reconstruction of city policy. And it comes down to the official plan titling making choices. So now with the approval of garden suites, multiplexes, parking, sheds, detached garages, they're all as of right. And so plantable space is becoming really critical in neighborhoods to make them livable. So it's in your hands for the committee because on whether you would recommend a deferral of this application for more information or make the decision with what you can, the information that you have.
Okay, so first of all, I think it's a great suggestion. First of all, as you indicated, where's the picture? So the applicant's not, the agent's not a pool expert. We're not pool experts. You're not a pool expert. But if we could at least see a picture, we can see if there's some opportunity to at least reduce that 30 square meter variance in the landscaping. To say, well, it's been done and the guy next door has cancer, we don't want to disturb him anymore, is not to me an appropriate answer. They was disturbed when you built the pool. So I think, and there's no mischief or no harm in being delayed because it's already built and it's already there. So I think that's an excellent idea. So I don't know what the other members may feel or the applicant, but I think that at least to come back and perhaps have the consult with his contractor to see what, if anything, can be done to reduce it. Maybe not to bring it into full compliance, but to reduce it from 30 square meters down. So we need to see a picture. You've not been to the property, I guess, Ms. Mercado, either?
No.
So that's, I think, an excellent idea. I don't know whether the other members agree. I think that's, and also, I don't know if it's a matter of we haven't heard from you guys as often, so we used to come, and a lot of applications can come now. You don't appear in objection to everything. So when you object at this point, and there seems to, if there's opportunity to rectify this, and we went ahead and do this with sort of willful blindness, or the contractor did it, then maybe the contractor should be involved in getting some of this done. Anyone else have any other comments on that? Okay, so let's go back to.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aligned with the direction that you're kind of articulating, Mr. Chair. And I'm wondering if I can ask the applicant, I'm looking at your site plan and I see something north of the pool called lower patio. Is that at the same level as the pool?
Yeah, that's flat. So it's just literally, if you think of it as just a flat surface with a pool put into the middle, and that surface all around the pool is all concrete, which is why we say, like, we don't know if damaging one side could damage all around, because it's literally one big layer of concrete that's layered all around the pool. That includes everything around the pool, as you see from the lower patio or the deck down. And then around it, of course, is soft landscaping. It has greenery, it has soil.
So on this site plan, is everything in the rear yard except the pool a concrete patio?
No, not everything.
There's got to be some. You've got 34%.
Yeah, so the wedges all around the pool, it's all soil, it's all greenery. So I don't know what that equates to.
Yeah,
it's about a meter off the pool.
Yeah, it's a 30 square meter deficiency. We do have 9 letters of support. That's not to be discounted. Maybe they're going to invite everyone to the pool, but the neighbors are certainly in support.
11.
But the community, the community is not in support, or the LBNA, or is the planning department. So I think, sir, if you had shown up with some pictures, it would have helped. But I don't think there's any mischief or any problem with deferring this because, or any downside or hardship to anyone, because it's already built. It's not like someone's coming here and wants to get something built before the winter and they're going to get deferred, and it's already there. So there's no harm to a deferral, in my mind.
Well, I guess just asking the question and the deferrals to just get the pictures. I mean, I've spoken to the pool company. They don't have a quote because they can't quote work without work. They don't know what it is. So it's the challenge of asking someone, can you quote to reduce concrete? And they're like, what am I doing? And I don't have an answer, Chair. So that's the challenge I'm faced with.
Well, your challenge is we're going to defer for 2 reasons. We're going to defer for the purpose of coming back to let everyone see. And you're going to also perhaps explore with the contractor what can be done to cut back the concrete. Like we have never seen a picture of it, so it's hard to know.
Understood.
But at least if you show us with a picture here, we can't reduce it anymore. It's going to be too hard. It's one big piece, et cetera, et cetera. But at least the members are not dealing with this in the dark and making a decision. And there's no hardship because it's already built. I'm sure that this, I don't know if there's an.
Mr. Chair, could I
pool, right?
could I add something too as well? You know, aside from the photographs, it would be really, I think, helpful if someone, a landscaper perhaps, went to the backyard. And I mean, for me to go to the backyard, it doesn't mean anything, but if a professional landscaper went to the backyard and said, okay, there's an opportunity here to do something here. I mean, I'm not, you know, the contractor is one thing, but a landscaper would be, I think, advisable if that's possible.
I think the issue is how much of the concrete is structurally integral and cannot be removed.
Well, and that's why I'm asking for a landscaper as opposed to a contractor.
But the landscaper
I use them interchangeably. Sorry if that was confusing.
Landscaper's not going to tell you.
Okay, so they did the landscaping for
Yeah,
it?
they were hired to do the pool, the design,
Okay.
everything landscaping
Okay.
around the pool, all of that.
So in that case,
and again,
they could go back and take a look at that, right, and say, yes, we
it
can do
doesn't matter
something.
the title. The title of the person going is not. It's up to the applicant to get or even the LBNA if they want to get someone to go take a look and see what could be feasibly done, because the applicant's obviously going to try to paint it as it's impossible, it can't be done, it's too difficult, it's going to ruin everything. So perhaps, I don't know what their budget is, but perhaps some other party or independent party can figure out what is readily, as opposed to the applicant, sorry, we can't do anything, it's all one structural piece and we're not doing anything. So let them come and show that is something that they can't readily do. And we don't know. We haven't even seen a picture of it. So let's not belabor this point. I think the matter has to be deferred. Let's have a motion for deferral.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Part of the motion could also be to get a more comprehensive site plan, because this site plan doesn't actually show
What's landscaping
where
and what's
there
not.
is landscaping. So I'm not clear on where it is. So even if you wanted to tie it to plans, it wouldn't help you. But we do need to see if there's anyone in the room present to speak for 13 Elder Avenue. Okay, there's no one. So yes, you can go into a motion now.
Okay.
I'd be happy to move a motion to defer so that the applicant can provide a more fulsome site plan, which would indicate what is soft landscaping and what is not, and some photos to illustrate the current situation.
And if I may add, to investigate the feasibility of reducing, if possible, and perhaps Ms. Mercado can get someone also to test the veracity of what the applicant's contractor is going to tell us, and come back at another day when we at least know what we're talking about. We see a picture and we have some possible solutions to reduce, if not eliminate, that soft landscaping deficiency and variance. Okay, so
I'm sure there's
is that
someone
okay
from I'm sure there's someone from the LBNA who can go and look at this situation.
Correct. Okay, so a seconder for Mr. Komarik's motion.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Okay, so we'll see you here again, sir, and have a wonderful day. You'll have to come back when you're ready to come back and put this back on. Meanwhile, I assume they're using the pool. The pool's in operation, or it's the process of being built?
Hasn't been a great summer, so it's in operation. But yeah, Toronto's been wonky.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee.
Maybe they want to invite Christine Mercado over for a swim.
She's free to
Looks
reach
like all
out.
the neighbors. Okay, so the neighbors don't seem to have a problem. So
they do not.
The neighbors. You had 9 letters of support.
11.
Okay, thank you.
11 letters. Thank you.
Okay, 11. Thank you. Okay, our next application is item number 3, 121 Simon Street. It's an application to enlarge the existing basement to include an indoor pool and to construct a detached garage in the rear yard. There are 4 variances. We have an arborist report. Planning has conditions of approval, as does transportation. And there were 5 letters of support. Okay, there's one speaker for this, Jonathan Benkowski. There was supposed to be a neighbor, but they're no longer
Mr.
on the
Chair,
list.
this is item number 3, 121
Oh,
Simon
sorry.
Street. The agent is Michael Franklin, and they are unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I was looking at the next application. Okay, so yeah, it's Mark Franklin, and he's going to be on virtual audio.
Thank you.
Franklin, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mark Franklin. My street address is 167 Richmond Street East. I'm an architect and I'm acting as the agent for the owners for this application.
Okay, so this is for an indoor pool in the basement, and you're okay with the planning and transportation conditions recommended?
Yeah, we've spent a significant amount of time discussing the project with planning, with forestry. I want to just discuss the transportation comments. And of course, as you can see, there's also been extensive discussions with the neighbors. Really simply, the intent of the project is to do a little bit of underpinning beneath an existing house, to construct a basement addition, and to connect the basement addition to what appears to be a detached one-car garage. The garage is essentially a replica, or very, it's marginally larger than the existing garage, but it's in the same place. And the intent of this entire project was to try to minimize the visual impact of the project on the neighbors, and also to allow the owners of the house to continue to enjoy the house the way it is right now. The purpose of the interconnecting stair between the basement and the new garage is to be able, for the owner to be able to move carpentry materials in and out of his workshop without having to drag them through the house. So there are 4 variances, and in terms of priority, not necessarily in terms of the order they're presented, but priority, building depth and building length. And our opinion on this one is that they're both technical variances in the sense that the interconnecting stair gives rise to these variances. Without the interconnecting stair, this would be a detached garage and an invisible addition to a house, and these variances wouldn't be required. The side yard setback along the west side, the existing side yard setback for the garage is 0.7. The proposed side yard setback is 0.61. It's a 130 millimeter difference. This is the subject of some discussion with the neighbor, the adjacent neighbor, and he's satisfied with the proposal. Parking width is a quirky one from transportation. We're replicating the garage. The parking space that's in the garage now is adequate. The proposed parking width is adequate. The interpretation from a zoning point of view was that a handrail at the side of the stair pinched the parking to it's 120 millimeters below the required width, the allowable width. And as you can see, the memo from transportation, they've encouraged us to make the parking space conform. And we can do that without making a change to the site plan by simply making a design revision to the handrail on the stair. And so with the committee's permission, we'd like to do that. All of the other conditions, the planning conditions are fairly straightforward. We think no habitable space, constructed as per the site plan. We have no concerns with those. Forestry conditions 1 and 2, we've done both of these. They've been to the site several times. We've already filed those applications and paid for them. So obviously our intent would be to comply. And the third memo on file from transportation, we're prepared to meet the transportation request for a 3.2 meter wide parking space.
So are you withdrawing variance number 4 because that condition contradicts one of your variances?
Yeah. So we're saying that we don't need that variance. We can satisfy the variance in the way that that transportation is required. We can do it internally to the building and not have any impact on any other part of the project.
Okay, so members, variance 4 has been withdrawn by the applicant.
Okay, so any questions, members, for the agent? Mr. Franklin, or is someone ready for a motion?
We just need to see if there's anyone here present in the room
Correct.
for 121 Simon Street. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Is anyone ready for a motion or any comments or questions for the applicant? Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I'm prepared to table a motion, Mr. Chair. I'm satisfied that the 3 variances requested meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. So I move approval of variances 1, 2, and 3, subject to urban forestry conditions 1 and 2, and the Community Planning Department conditions.
Okay, there's transportation,
Well,
community planning, and urban.
It's
Yeah,
no longer a transportation
I don't believe
condition.
we need transportation because the applicant is withdrawing the variance that affected transportation.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Correct, and I'm happy to second
Okay.
the motion.
Thank you. So moved and seconded. All in favor? It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that was item number 3. 4 was deferred, so we'll move over to item number 5, 32 17th Street. And this is an application for a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. And there are 2 variances. And we don't have anything other than an arborist report and urban forestry conditions 2 and 3. We don't have anything before us on this. And this one is Jonathan Benkowski.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee.
Good morning. Very straightforward. You only have the 2 variances. You're okay with the urban forestry, I take it, Mr. Benkowski?
We are, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to add or advise the committee?
No, it's a fairly straightforward application.
Yeah, pretty, build a new house with only 2 small variances. That's pretty, not exactly pushing the envelope on this one.
We're trying our best, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Benkowski or ready for a motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion if
We
no one
just
has any
need to
questions.
check if there's anyone present in the
Sorry,
room.
I jumped the gun on that one.
Anyone?
Is there anyone here for
Yeah.
32 17th Street? Go ahead.
I'm prepared
Okay.
to make a motion if no one has any questions. This is, as people have stated already, a very straightforward application with 2 small variances. So I move for approval subject to urban forestry conditions number 2 and 3.
Okay, thank you. Seconder for Ms. Alderson's motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor? You have unanimous approval. Thank you, sir. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you again. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, so item 6 was deferred, so we can move on to item number 7. 7 is 17 Straight Lane. It's an application to construct a 2nd-story rear platform, and there is one small variance, the deck projection, although it is it's concerning to people. This is we have the plans and survey. We have looks like 7 letters of support and a letter of opposition from 28 Renown. We have the speakers is the Mr. Zelenovic is the owner, and we have the neighbor at 28 who wrote the letter, Karen and Adori here to make submissions in person as well. We have 7 letters of support, 1 letter of opposition, as I said, and there is only the 1 variance. In the additional materials, we have the applicant's response to the objection letter. So let's first hear from the applicant, the homeowner.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're Mr. Zelenovic.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Ogden Zelenovic, and I'm the owner of the 17th Straight Lane. As you can see, my application contains a single minor variance that I believe is truly minor in nature. I'm just looking to extend my existing deck to the overall width of 2.31 meters, while the maximum projection is 1.8 meters. So today I'm seeking for the approval for the variance of a 0.51 meters. So that comes to about 1.67 feet, in fact. So I applied for this deck extension just to create a more comfortable outdoor space for my family. Living in a townhouse, we do have a very limited options for improvement of our outdoor space. And we simply just want to make most of our modest outdoor area for our enjoyment. Our current decks, as you can see from the pictures, are quite pretty much non-functional. They don't have adequate seating space and simply cannot even accommodate an average size barbecue, I would say. I don't believe that this proposal will have any negative impact to the neighboring community. As you've seen in the provided documentation, there are 7 letters of support of the immediate neighbors. And yeah, that pretty much summarizes my application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So basically, just review again for me in inches as opposed to meters, how much, you just made it a little wider, right? You just so
yes,
you can
well, pretty much correct. So right now, the maximum allowed projection is 1.8, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just looking to make it 2.31 meter.
Not 2 points. Hold on. I thought it was 2.6.
Sorry?
I thought it was 2.6, but I could be wrong. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Actually, you were right. My original building permit had 2.6 meters once I submitted it to the city, but I have decided to reduce it further down as was permitted to be submitted to the committee. So the latest design does have 2.31 meters.
Okay, so do you want to revise your application that the proposed rear deck will project 2.31 instead of 2.61?
Actually, the application was already revised. Like if you see all the documentation submitted to
No,
committee,
we don't
it all
have that.
pertains.
The zoning review that you submitted with the application has a projection of 2.6 meters.
If you do see the form,
It's on the site plan.
Application form, I think there is a mention of 2.3.
But it's up to you to get a new zoning review to reflect revised plans. You shouldn't be submitting plans and zoning review that don't match.
Okay, so are we proceeding on the basis 2.6 or 2.31? And the issue is, I think, anyway, we're going to hear from the neighbor, but it seems like they weren't in favor of this townhouse development to start with, and that's the question for the committee, is to decide if this extra in feet is this extra some point of a meter, less than 1 meter.
Yeah, pretty much half a meter.
A half a meter is too much of an impact on the neighbor, because I think the neighbors, and I assume they're also afraid, or not afraid, but they suspect that once you get your approval, all your other townhouse neighbors are going to do the same thing, perhaps. So, but what's before us is just this application, and we have the variance, the amount of the width, and whether the committee has to determine, and we're just still going to hear from the neighbor. We have the neighbor's letter, and we have your response to the neighbor's letter and the additional materials on that one singular point on the width of this deck, and whether making it an extra half a meter wider has an unreasonable impact on the neighbor. Okay,
yeah,
so
I also had a prepared response, but I don't know if that's going to come as a rebuttal.
No, I said we have that in the additional materials. We have your response to the letter of objection. So that's before us, and when the members received that in our additional package yesterday with late arriving materials. So let's now, unless anyone has any questions for the homeowner right now, Mr. Zelenovic, let's hear from
Mr. Chair,
the
I have
neighbor.
a question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I have
Go ahead.
2 questions, please. First off, is what is that issue here? Is it the width or the length or the depth of the deck?
So, yeah.
Yeah, so the existing length of the deck is not changing. So the only thing is the depth that we're adjusting.
So you're going closer to the back, to the rear yard you're not widening it.
Correct. The deck size is the same. The width.
So you're increasing the depth of the deck, because I want to just clarify that, because the chair is referring to the width of the deck.
Sorry about that. My bad. I said, I meant the depth. It's the rear projection into the rear yard. So sorry for sorry for that.
Okay. So
I was meaning the depth, not the width.
Okay. So we're talking about how far this goes into the backyard. And I'm assuming that what you're asking for now is 2.3 and not 2.6. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you're willing to revise your variance to 2.3?
2.31.
2.31.
Yes.
But he does, as Madam Secretary, he doesn't have plans reflecting that. So
you know what, personally, I really don't care if he has the plans or not.
Yeah.
Right. I understand 2.3. I understand 2.6. I don't need to see it visually. My issue was, is this breaching the rear yard setback? And I'm assuming that there's probably a site-specific bylaw here which doesn't affect rear yard setback. Is that correct, Madam Chair? Or
The applicant would have to address that. It's their
Okay.
application.
So
It hasn't been raised as a concern.
But when you did
we're
your
not showing a rear variance, we're only showing the projection, which again is probably, we don't have a copy of this. Normally it would give us the site-specific zoning bylaw if there was one, unless they missed that. But
so
I guess to simplify, question of 2.3, 1.8.
Okay, but we don't.
But we haven't heard from the neighbor yet, so let's go hear from the neighbor.
So can I finish my questions, please? So we do not have a zoning review that shows that there is a rear yard setback deficiency. So we can only assume then that he's compliant with rear yard setback. So question to the applicant, in your zoning review, was there a rear yard setback issue raised?
No such issue was raised. The only issue was raised just the projection from the exterior wall being 1.8 as maximum.
Okay, thank you. I think I have my clarifications now.
Okay, so again, we're talking about the projection. We don't have rear yard setback, whether it's missed or it doesn't exist. That's not for us. We deal with what's before us. So let's now hear from the neighbor who's written in the letter, Karim and Aduri, at number 28 Renown.
Hello, yep.
Hello.
My name is Karim Aduri. I'm representing 28 Renown Road on behalf of my parents. So I guess my plan today is to present 4 arguments that should support, I guess, 3 of the 4 criteria that need to be fulfilled for the committee to pass this adjustment. 4 arguments that I'd like to talk about is safety, security, property, value, aesthetic, and privacy. So in terms of safety and security, I think it would be naive not to think about the possible risks associated with spending more time on a second story platform. Definitely there's going to be barbecues. If you take a look at the images I presented in the letter, you can see there are barbecues on some of the balconies. So, the risks of fire, trespassing, things of that nature could be on the incline. All it takes is a cigarette butt or a barbecue propane tank going off. Also, the shorter distance between our properties, I think it would be something that would render the job of first responders a little bit more difficult if, God forbid, something were to happen. My second issue here is the general aesthetic of the neighborhood. You guys already mentioned that we were against this project to begin with decades ago when I was a kid. My parents were against it, the neighborhood was against it. But in any case, the development did occur. And so the idea of one of the units increasing their balcony towards our backyard, you know, the issue here is that we're worried that it's going to set precedents for the other units to increase their balconies. And in the letters by the contractors, stated that multiple units are thinking of doing that. So if you think about it in the potential future, it's no longer going to be a minor variance. It's going to be a large variance that will have a huge impact on how we use this space, which is supposed to be a safe, private space for us. Thirdly, it'll definitely diminish our property value. And the problem here is it's going to be the second time that the city is going to do this to us. First time is when the building itself was created, and obviously this is not going to have a positive impact on our property value. I think everyone here would hate to have that happen to them if it was their property. And then lastly, the major issue is the privacy issue. Again, I just want to...
Everyone please turn off your cell phones. It's rather disrupting during... Thank you.
Thank you. So if you look at the photos, you'll see clearly that the privacy issue is really something that is glaring from our backyard and even from our house, because all our rooms are westward facing. We have to keep our blinds closed the entire time if we want some sort of privacy. You know, just imagine after a long day's work, coming home and not even being able to really sit comfortably. And, you know, so this development has had years of negative impacts on our mental health. It's caused anxiety, just the idea of people constantly spying on you, glaring at you. It's just, it's been horrible. I guess what I'm trying to say here is I think these arguments definitely show that the variance isn't really that minor, especially taken into perspective, our perspective of the potential that this could open a whole can of worms where a bunch of the units start doing the same thing, and then now it's no longer one unit, it's a bunch of units, and that's going to have a huge impact. The idea that the proposal is desirable for the area to begin with, it wasn't something that was desirable for the area. It's the only townhouse in the neighborhood. And, you know, I don't think there are any houses with second-story balconies in our street, let alone the neighborhood. And then lastly, the general intent of the bylaws, I guess, would be to make sure that the consequences of this project doesn't have any negative impact on us. And you can see I've named multiple things: privacy, property value, negative effects on our mental health. So we ask the committee, please not allow this thing to happen. If they strongly feel they should, we ask that they plant evergreen trees, such as pine trees, all along the property line to help with the privacy.
5 minutes are up.
And also that they increase the height of the fence. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. And I see you have a real concern. Could we take a look at your image number 3? Okay. I have 2 comments. One of which is, the fact is those balconies that wherever they are pretty close from your image number 3. It looks like it's pretty close already. And obviously, I think all the support is because everyone's going to want to do the same thing, and it'll probably be more efficient to do it all at the same time, perhaps. But so you're saying, it is only 1.5 feet, and you have how deep is your lot, sir? Your lot, it looks like you have a.
It's a third of an acre almost, approximately a third of an acre.
So how deep is your lot?
I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you mean by deep?
Can we get the location map up? Staff?
I do have a survey, but I didn't submit it.
Yeah, the location map shows that you got a very deep lot. It does show you're the only one really affected by this.
Extremely.
You got all the houses behind you, right? You got all of them behind you there, and only number 30 is very slightly, but you're the only one affected. But on the other hand, it's a very deep lot. And the question is, what's before the committee here is going to have to decide is whether the extra half a meter is too much. And again, you're mitigating factors with either screening on the deck or raising the fence. I'm not sure if that creates another problem if there's a maximum height on the fence issue. But I want to hear back from the applicant on that suggestion as well.
Okay.
So anyone else have any questions or comments for the neighbor at 28 before we go back for the rebuttal?
I do, actually. You mentioned that you were concerned that barbecues would be used on the second-story platform. I believe those windows up there are bedroom windows. I don't think people would be putting barbecues up on the second-story platform.
Yeah, they do. They do barbecues there all the time.
No, but what I'm looking at are the existing platforms. Is that the second story or is that a main floor?
That's a second story. So if you zoom in, you can see there's, I believe, a barbecue that's covered on the balcony, second story balcony.
So what they're asking for is a second story platform or a third story platform?
From what I understood, it's that existing balcony is going to protrude outwards towards our property line. They're going to redo it.
It's the existing one, correct?
It's the existing one, and they're going to replace it and just build a bigger one.
Exactly.
So it's that existing level.
Yes.
Okay.
He can comment on it and confirm.
Okay.
It's hard to see how close it is to the fence, but it looks pretty close from image number 3 provided. I don't know if the applicant has any other photos that they submitted, but it looks from the angle taken, it's pretty close to the fence already. So the question of would the extra foot and a half or put it almost right to the fence? And then the issue of overlook. I'm sure they're not going to want to put a big high fence, and whether they're even permitted or whether that's the maximum height. I don't know. So that was a good suggestion. There's the trees. It looks like there already are some trees there.
We're trying to be proactive about that, but it's costly.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for the speaker at the podium, Mr. Amadori, or else we'll go back to Mr. Zelenovic for his rebuttal.
Can we just ask, is there anyone else present in the room to speak for 17 Straight Lane? Okay, we can go back to the agent then.
Okay. The homeowner, he's the homeowner, not the agent.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I would say the neighbor seems to take the issue with the entire townhouse complex rather than my specific application. The development of these townhouses, clearly did not pose any concern to the city 16 years ago when the permit was issued. So I do quite well mention in my response, and also the original tree photos, I did include the photos that shows from my current deck, and they show a massive tree branching out in all directions, and as well 2 evergreen trees, which obstruct the view to Mr. Anadori's backyard and house. So, and also from the photos themselves, even the Mr. Anadori's photos also clearly show how significant the distance is from the deck to his house. By my calculation, I think that's pretty much around 90 to 100 feet away to his house. So for such a distance, I would say you cannot really discern the difference between 6 foot or 7.5 foot deck. So, in that context, I'm saying that 1.5 foot difference, it's quite negligible to Mr. Anadori, but to us, it would make a huge difference to our outdoor space. And, I also find it interesting that, the townhouses have existed for 16 years. And if privacy was such a concern to Mr. Anadori, he had plenty of time to address it. like planting, a row of cedars that we can see with the other houses in the neighborhood. Also, I think it is interesting and needs to be mentioned that Mr. Nadori did cut down a rather large tree in his backyard about 2 years ago and planted 2 new trees along his side fence instead of, I guess, potentially planting them along his back fence if the looks of the townhouses and the privacy was such a concern. I also want to mention something regarding the aesthetics. I disagree with his claim that, that the townhouses do not fit with the general aesthetics of the area. We all know, this neighborhood itself, it's quite changing quite a lot. We're looking at the reconfiguration of the whole 6 Points area, the new Etobicoke Civic Center. And this will definitely become a more dense neighborhood, one of the most dense neighborhoods in the city. So with numerous multi-residential complexes being built. So, the neighborhoods do change over time. They are not stagnant. And I guess we all need to get accustomed to live in a close proximity to each other. I also want to also address the safety concern. Yes, these are the existing decks. Some neighbors do have barbecues on them. They're facing the kitchen. And, either you can call it a second floor because there's a garage below. The neighbors, the townhouse complex is comprised of, retired couples and working professionals. They don't engage in reckless behaviors, like as mentioned in the objection, throwing cigarette butts over the neighbor's property. I would say, the extension deck will not reduce the existing walkable area along the townhouse's backyard. That is still an open corridor. It's still around 3.5 meter wide. So the overall deck will still be shorter than the privacy fences that currently exist between the townhouses. They're going around like 2.41, let's say, meters. And as well, I do want to mention that, that we do have a sufficient, emergency exits for the neighbors and access to the first responders. So that kind of addresses the safety concern from the neighbor.
Okay, thank you, sir. So basically, the issue is the extra 1.5 feet. Is that something, that incremental amount is something that has a undue impact? My question to you is, how are you going to do this if not everybody, unless the whole slab is added to or replaced? How do you do your individual townhouse without your neighbors? I suspect all your neighbors are going to apply for the same thing if you're successful, and then it's going to be done as one slab, but that's just my guess. The issue is, it was done 16 years ago. It was a really tight site. It's very tight in the back. So the question is it reasonable to have an extra 1.5 feet? That's what the committee members have to decide. So I'll turn it over to them to see if they have any questions. Ms. McCluskey?
Yeah, just a question about the deck itself. It's not common elements, right?
No, these are freehold houses, but we do have a common elements corporation that manages the grounds of the townhouse, like landscaping and snow removal in the lane.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question as well, Mr. Chair, to the applicant. On your site statistics in the site plan, there's a reference to proposed back deck 10.71 square meters. Is that the square meters of your proposal with it going to 2.31 meters?
Yes, that is correct. So as you mentioned it.
So what you're proposing is a 10.71 square meter deck. What is the current square footage of it? Do you know?
The current square footage, I think in the design there was potentially an error, because as you see, the width itself today is 4.65 meters, and the depth is around 4 feet. So it's like 122. So I believe that adds up to, let me just see here. So 1, 2.
That would make it just under 6 square meters.
Yes, that's correct, 6 square meters.
Okay, so in terms of the distance, it's not much, but in terms of the square footage, it is a substantial increase. That's what makes it more usable.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? And I still have some, I think Mr. Kramerek, you brought it up. I'm still wondering if perhaps, did you have, sir, to have a zoning review, or did you proceed by waiver, Mr. Applicant?
There was no zoning review. The only single minor variance has been indicated.
So you're confident that there is no rear yard setback triggered by what you propose to do?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, members? And it looks like, unfortunately, you're the only party impacted when you look at the location map. It's quite unique. You have a very deep lot. The question is whether, I guess, that extra 1.5 feet is, even though it's only 1.5 feet, and it was 16 years ago, it's not like they built it 2 years ago and they're coming back right away. But I think everyone is going to apply for the same thing. And the question was whether that an undue influence, again, if you had a very short lot, Mr. Anamaduri, I think you'd have, but you do have weren't able to give us an indication of that lot.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you repeat that?
Yeah.
Cut out.
Do we know the depth of your lot, Mr. Anamaduri? Because you do have a very deep lot. That's one
it's
good thing.
Yeah, I guess so, but it's a pie-shaped lot, so
Yeah.
I mean, the depth is deceiving. It seems like a lot, but really it isn't when you're sitting there, physically there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It really isn't something. It's deceiving, the fact that it's almost a third of approximately of an acre.
Yes, and is
Yeah.
Mr. Zelen correct? You took down some trees in your backyard. I don't know, maybe they were dying, or you didn't. The question is, what about the opportunity for you to add some cedars as opposed to them? I know there's a cost involved, but in terms of privacy, there are ways you can improve your privacy. It's a difficult application in my mind. It's I don't know if the members think the same, but there's concern both ways. It looks so they're going to have a decision to make here. But I'm just asking: is there not an opportunity for you to add some cedars hedges at the back to alleviate your concerns of overlook?
Yeah, we have over the years. We've added a few. It's just, they're costly, and preferably we'd like to buy them when they're very mature, tall, not when they're small.
Yes.
It takes years and years and years for them to grow. And if you look at the height of those townhouses are extremely high, right? Because when they built them.
That's not before us now. That was built 16 years ago, and I know you were opposed, but it's built, and that's a fait accompli. What we're dealing here is the additional variance and how to. So my question to you, because the neighbor, you did bring it up.
Yeah.
They should. It looks like they don't have any room to plant cedars, but you sure do.
Yeah, we do. I mean, is there any way we could come to some sort of financial agreement where that burden is shared?
I was just going to say we can't. You read my mind. I was going to say we can't get into things like that.
Okay.
But I just throw that out as a solution. So, members, any comment, questions? Which way are you
I
heading?
actually do have a comment. I share your concerns, Chair, about the fact that I'm not sure how this could be accomplished without everyone buying into the same thing. I don't think this is a one-of. I think that, everyone will want to either participate in this or no one will want to participate, but I just don't think this can be accomplished as a one-of. So I think, we need to keep that in mind if we approve this application, that there will be others to follow, I would think.
There are letters on the file that express that, actually.
Sorry,
like
you can't speak now unless they ask you.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay, any other questions or comments, members, or are we taking in for a decision?
I'd like to make another comment. I'm looking at this just to try to put it into context of what we've typically had before us. And, a 4 square, and this is why I want to express the square footage as opposed to the distance of 1.5 feet or half a meter. Because, 18 inches or half a meter is very minor in my view. But I think what we're talking about here is the usability and the function and what these decks will be used for now versus later. And that has to do with the square footage of of the deck. And as of right, a 4 square foot deck is permitted. Square meter deck is permitted, as we know. And we often see variances coming before us to increase that from 4 square meters. And we typically allow something below 10 square meters. What we're talking about here is just slightly more than that. So just a comment for, context to the other members. And my principal concern, I have a pet peeve with rear yard setbacks, and I believe they're important. I believe they should be maintained. 3.47 meters is less than a typical rear yard setback. So that's a bit of a flag for me as well. So anyway, those are my comments.
Yeah, very good comments, Mr. Khmer, because you raise the issue of the, normally 4 square meters is permitted, and they go, but in this case, do we know that there wasn't a site specific? This is a very tight site, and they're already really close to the rear yard. If you look at image number 3 on Mr. Amaduri's photos. So the question is 4 meters permitted that, or is this a site specific zoning bylaw? And, 16 years, I assume they would have made it into a deeper deck back then if they could have on this complex. And now they're, it is 16 years later, and Mr. Amaduri does have a long yard, and there are opportunities for mitigation. But it's a difficult application. It's a very interesting application because it does seem very minor on the face, but it does have substantial impact in terms of, even though it's 1.5 feet, perhaps in their wisdom they made it. They didn't make it deep because they wanted to restrict activities because of the proximity to number 28 and the rear yards. So it's a difficult application.
That being said, community planning hasn't
I
weighed
didn't
in
think it
on.
was difficult when I read it. Yeah, when I read it last night, I didn't think it was difficult, but
I didn't think it was
there's lots
difficult
of
either, but community planning has not weighed in. So
yeah, true. Okay, so let's take it into committee for a decision. We spent a long time on this already, so I think it's time someone weighs in with a motion. And thank you to the applicant, and thank you to Mr. Amaduri for your presentations. Someone ready for a motion?
I actually just have a quick question of the applicant for a second. So underneath these platforms that I'm looking at, is that just a garage underneath, or is there any living space there or walkout or anything?
In my particular case, it's just a garage.
What about the rest of them? Do you know?
I guess the neighbors that have options whether to have a tandem garage or one room, single garage and a one room. So it really depends of a unit.
Okay.
But in my particular case, it's just a garage.
So there is some living space down in some of them anyway.
Yes.
Well, I'm prepared to put something on the table for our consideration if we've asked all the questions that we have. I get the strong impression in looking at this that it was intentional, given the fact that it's a townhouse development on very small lots, very intentional that a 4 square meter deck as permitted by the bylaw was what was in keeping with the development. And as Mr. Comort pointed out, he talked about the 4 square meter as of right permitted deck size. Now, I'm surprised we don't have a variance for, you raised this issue too. I'm surprised we don't, but it doesn't matter that we don't as far as I'm concerned. The issue is expanding this deck in width and depth beyond what was originally intended for this development. And even though the development's 16 years old, I really don't think the basic parameters of, you know, what's reasonable development in this lot have changed. So I'm going to suggest or move that this variance is not minor, that it's not desirable for the appropriate development of the land, and on that basis that my motion would be to refuse the application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor, for that motion and for the reasons behind it. But I don't think he's removed. He's not extending the width, right? It's existing width. It probably goes right across. It's the depth.
That's correct. And I guess to me, it really doesn't matter. It's just the principle of, to me, it doesn't matter if it's wider or deeper. In my mind, it's beyond what is reasonable for this property.
Yeah.
And it just
Even if it was
happens to be a depth issue here.
Okay, thank you. Seconded for Mr. Taylor's motion.
If I can also make a comment too, I think, like, you know, obviously standalone, this would be, in my opinion, reasonable, but just the fact that it is a whole complex. I live in a townhouse complex myself, and I can see how that would, you know, take issue. It doesn't become minor if this exponentially happens, you know, in the future. So yeah, I have to say I decline as well.
Yeah. Okay. It is only the first one before. Only one is before us, but it seems like I said, it seems like they're all going to do it. That's why they're all in support. Because I would, if they're a neighbor, it is for the neighbors, for the applicant and his fellow townhouse. It is an improvement, but the issue is that's why it was built this way 16 years ago. It's very tight. Okay, so we have a motion. We have Ms. McCloskey seconding. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. The application is refused. Thank you to both parties, Mr. Zelenovic and Mr. Anadori, and perhaps.
Thank you to the committee and the chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So it is now 11:03. We haven't had our morning break. How about we break till 11:20? 15-minute break. And we'll return to complete the morning agenda. Okay, have a good break. Hello. I may have to switch my screen. This thing is not charging. I gotta just plug in. Just hang on for a second.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I just have to plug in my camera. Or it's gonna die on me. So I just got to run up and get a cord. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I just had to plug in my or lose my virtual feed. So the next application is item number 8. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so item number 8 is 19 Branch Avenue. And this is an application. We have a
You're cutting out, Mr. Chair. We can't hear you.
Okay. You hear me now? I just stopped because I heard interference.
We can hear you now.
Okay, so this is to construct the triplex, 9 variances revised. 1 variance has been removed. We have 2 letters of support. LBNA is opposed, as well as is that interference coming from me?
No, it's the microphone here in the room, I think.
Okay, so we have a cover letter. We have a Long Branch checklist. We have supplemental material and the site photos. And
Mr. Chair, before we get
I
into
think
this,
we want,
before we
yeah.
get into this item, I just want to make a note that transportation is requesting a deferral of this item.
Yeah, I just saw that. So typically, I guess, Madam Secretary, with transportation requests, we deal with that through the application, or we deal with that at the outset?
We can deal with it on the outset in case there is a desire to defer. We also have a late letter in opposition. It's anonymous. You don't have it before you, but most of the concerns appear to be with water runoff, drainage, that kind of thing, but it is anonymous. Is there
Okay.
anyone present in the room for 19 Branch Avenue? So we do have a speaker here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and we also have Christine Mercado as well, subject to Adam's verification, is Cheryl Cowden with no address.
Yes, Mr. Chair, everyone's present on the list.
Okay, well, I just have to know Cheryl Cowden's address or Cowden's address. It's not noted on our sheet.
Mr. Chair, we'll
In
have
terms
them.
of what?
Mr. Chair, we'll have them. They can speak to it when they have their turn to speak.
Okay.
And we have taken.
Perfect.
We have gotten the a decision card from them already as well. So.
Okay, so we have the agent is Addison Price.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning.
Yes, my name is Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 900 the East Mall, Suite 300, here on behalf of the owner. I'll quickly address the matter of deferral. We don't wish to defer. We'd like to go ahead with the application today. The memo issued on August 23rd, it did request for a deferral only for the purpose of providing a vehicle maneuvering diagram. But I would like to emphasize that the memo noted that the staff had no objections to the variances proposed. Also, since that memo was issued, we have further revised the plan to eliminate one of the parking spaces and replace that area with soft landscaping, hence the elimination of variance 9. The parking proposed is now essentially the same as the current existing parking, in the sense that there's one spot proposed and the area has been relocated to the rear of the house, which is in conformity with the official plan policies and zoning bylaw provisions that request removing front and side yard parking to the rear of houses. It's my opinion that a vehicle maneuvering diagram is not necessary for this application, given that the parking proposed is both permitted as of right and is generally the same as the existing parking scenario. With regard to the merits of the application, this is an application to construct a new triplex in close proximity to a GO transit station. I want to point out some important background information. Earlier this May, City Council adopted official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments to permit multiplexes citywide. This zoning bylaw amendment stated that multiplexes will be permitted throughout all neighborhood designations in the city. It's also important to note that the RM zone in which the subject property is located already permitted multiplexes prior to the adoption of that bylaw. This is evidenced by the photo study I've submitted, which shows several existing multiplexes along Branch Ave. The staff report that introduced this new amendment indicated that in existing RM zones, some performance standards such as side yard setbacks are more onerous for multiplexes relative to other building forms, and this places multiplexes at a disadvantage, as well as providing a barrier to the development of new housing. To rectify this discrepancy and to ensure that new units were constructed, the minimum side yard setbacks for all building types were harmonized with those for single detached dwellings at a requirement of 1.2 meters. I want to emphasize that 1.2 meters is the setback requested on the east lot line for this application. Now, in some neighborhoods, including the neighborhood at hand, they are subject to historic zoning standards derived from former municipal bylaws, which are structured as area or site-specific bylaws in Chapter 900 of the zoning bylaw. And some of these standards include restrictions specific to multiplex building types, and that's the case for the application before you now. Well, the multiplex ZBA included regulations to clarify that duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes are permitted despite any restrictive prohibitions in the Chapter 900. City staff have yet to undertake the work to further amend the zoning bylaw to delete site-specific provisions that prohibit or restrict multiplex building types. I'll point out that of the requested variances, all of the variances either pertain exactly to a Chapter 900 site-specific provision or directly relate to one of these provisions that staff are planning to delete. With respect to variances 1 and 2 that pertain to lot frontage and size respectively, these variances reflect that the application is proposing gentle density on an existing lot of record. Building low-scale multiplexes on existing lots is the purpose of removing the FSI requirements for multiplexes. However, despite this, I'll note that the proposed FSI of this triplex is 0.59, which complies with the existing site-specific provision of multiplexes in this neighborhood. And that indicates that the size of the building will be consistent with existing multiplexes in the area. Now, variances 3 and 4 both pertain to the requested side yard setback, which I will reemphasize is only triggered due to the site-specific requirement for triplexes in this zone. The proposed side yard setbacks of 1.2 meters and 2.6 meters are both in line with the current as-of-right permissions for multiplexes, as well as in line with the side yard setback of existing triplexes along Branch Avenue, as well as serving to be an improvement of the existing side yard setbacks on the site. And with regard to the last variances, 5 through 8, I'll just note that all of these variances are a direct result of the side yard setback provisions. The front and rear porch will be in line with the main sidewalls, and the variances noted for eaves are only triggered due to the encroachment into the site-specific side yard setback. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Milne-Price, for that. I forgot to mention that in the additional materials we've provided neighborhood photos, and planning has not weighed in on this application, and we also have urban forestry conditions 1 and 2. Does anyone else have any questions for the agent before we move on to hear from the other speakers? Okay, so in that case,
I actually do have a question. You're going to construct a triplex. Will these units be for rent or set for sale?
I can't confirm the tenure at this time. I'd imagine that it would be a condominium tenure. I can't confirm that. However, in that case, there is still an option of a secondary rental market.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker is, I guess we'll hear from the people in the room first or last, Madam Secretary. What's the procedure?
Usually first.
Okay, so let's hear from the neighbor and the party in the room who wish to make a submission, and let them identify themselves.
Good day. My name is Lyle Gallant, and I live at 19 Branch Avenue. I've lived there for 23 years. I've been renting from a realty company, and I'm opposed to what they plan to do at 19 Branch. The company has never maintained the house or property, even after several verbal and written requests made by myself, and issues like uninsulated windows that have dated back to the 1930s, which have never been replaced or kept up to code. It makes it almost impossible to heat the unit. Repeated floods that have happened in the basement, where actual sewage was all over the floor at about 6 inches deep. And anything that ever went wrong with the house, I always alerted them of the problem, and I usually hire uncertified workmen to come in and do the work until the company is willing to show responsibility and seriousness in maintaining the city codes and bylaws and be forced to do the job that they've neglected for 23 years and bring the existing house on 19 Branch Avenue up to code before they should be able to tear down or build anything in the city of Toronto. In 2015, I had some financial problems and I fell behind on my rent. We were taken to the Landlord-Tenant Board for a hearing. Even though I paid off the arrears before the actual hearing, they still felt the need to evict me at the hearing. The adjudicator did not agree to that and said they did not have the grounds to evict, and said set the amount of how much they could raise the rent per year. All they wanted to do was evict me so that they could re-rent it to someone else for triple the price. This is just a continuation of what they were not able to achieve in 2015, because I pay my rent and have done so all through the COVID-19 pandemic, which some people did not choose to do. They chose not to pay, and they could have, but they chose not to. I chose to pay. And this is just the last resort of this company to finally displace me and my family from my home of 23 years with this demoviction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That is not nice to hear, but unfortunately, we're not a punitive body. Sir, if you can stay at the podium. We're unfortunately not a punitive body. If you have any recourse under the Landlord and Tenant Act, I would certainly recommend you take advantage. But we look at the planning issues. We just look at the fact that they want to take this bungalow and turn it into a triplex, and we have no power to either to be wrap them on the knuckles by denying, this application on anything. We have to consider on the planning merits, not on a bad actor. Well, so unfortunately, our hands fight on that. But if you have, I recommend if again, with respect to the REMA eviction, about the past, what went on, we have no authority to do anything about that either. Well, so I just trust you.
I have contacted the city inspectors, and they have come through and done an inspection of the house. And I actually called them just for the windows, but they found many different violations in the house. So this is where I believe we submitted the application from the inspector, and there is many different violations on that I didn't really even know at the time, but he pointed them out to me, so I did submit that. And I just believe that, I'm all for having new housing being built in Toronto because of the immigrants and having nowhere to live. I'm all for that, but affordable housing, yes. And I can guarantee you that no immigrant will ever live at 19 Branch Avenue for the next 10 years because it will be made so unaffordable. And I know they will be renting those units out. And they refuse to rent them to me. They refuse to give me a reference. After 23 years and $330,000 that I've given them in rent, over 23 years, they've refused to give me a good reference or rehouse me or anything. They just said, we're going to tear the house down and you've got to move, is what they said. So.
Okay, well, again, I suggest you perhaps, if you haven't already, contact the landlord-tenant lawyer or, speak to the, but those matters, unfortunately, are not before this committee. We only deal with planning issues, okay?
Okay.
So.
I think that the minor variance is not a minor variance. I think it's a major variance. That's one way we could move to defer, I would assume, but.
Yeah, you have to give us planning arguments, not because, we don't look at landlord-tenant and evictions and bad apples if they didn't treat you well in the last number of years. That's not before us, unfortunately. So I suggest you make, if you have some recourse under the Landlord-Tenant Act,
yes, sir.
A residential tenant piece, you can do that, but it's not, unfortunately, before us.
Well, I will continue to call the city for more violations because there are more violations in the house as well. I just the ones he found, and there's more there. There's fire violations, there's everything. So,
if I may, for a second, who is your counselor?
I don't have one.
You have a city councilor.
Oh, I'm not certain. Actually,
you need to find out that name. And you need to contact them directly.
All right.
And there'll be somebody in that office that will speak to you and maybe direct you in the right direction.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So your local city council, whoever that is.
Okay. Just a quick question. How many rental units are currently in the house?
Just one.
Just the one?
Yes. Thank you. I lived there 23 years.
So you rent the entire house? It's
Yes.
not divided into separate units? Okay.
Okay. Are there is there any other speakers in the room? Or if not, we have Christine Mercado who likes to go last, or at least, and we have a Cheryl Cowden. Is she online or Adam? Is
Mr.
she
Chair,
present,
that was actually who just spoke in a sense. They registered as Cheryl. But,
oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I guess the only speaker left is Christine Mercado. We do have opposition letters. We have them get Christine's letter up on the screen while she makes her presentation. I assume she's virtual as she was at the earlier application she spoke on today.
That's correct.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. So I would like to address the LBNA letter and the transportation recommendations approved by city staff and the consequences of approval without addressing the concerns. So despite the modifications to remove the soft landscaping variance as a whole, the whole application without the parking being resolved, we don't know what the environmental impact would be. So we were hoping that the applicant would defer to resolve these issues and come back with a complete application. So on our letter on page 1, our letter highlights the application remains incomplete due to the absence of a tree protection plan. This lot is well treed, and it does have a variety of different size trees, some protected, some not, also boundary trees. So an inconsistency arises from the character guidelines checklist where the applicant states that no variances are required for the trees. However, there are 2 protected size trees that will be impacted by the increase of hardscape for parking. And no tree protection plan has been outlined for the spruce tree and the silver maple located in the front. So on page 2, these are the trees that are in question. So tree number 1 and tree number 2. And those are within the public realm. So moving on to page 3, there is an aerial view, which effectively illustrates a loss of canopy, further exacerbating the already declining tree canopy in Long Branch, which is noted on page number 4. And this notes that Long Branch is the hardest hit neighborhood with regards to reduction in tree canopy in Ward 3. So the transportation report states that there is a lack of information demonstrating sufficient turnaround space within the proposed expanded parking plan. So this prompts the question of why is there a need for increased parking in the first place? This address falls within the PMTSA zone, designated for dense and affordable housing in the future. It's situated within a block proximity to the streetcar and bike share, a 700-meter walk from the GO station, and only 400 meters from the Long Branch Loop. The location inherently encourages the utilization of TTC, GO, and Mississauga Transit services. Now, in considering the consequences, which the previous speaker spoke to, we are speaking about a renoviction. So while we do not oppose the introduction of a triplex, there are significant considerations and consequences beyond the integrated problems of forestry and transportation. So this would pertain to displacement of long-term residents currently residing in this property. And like the applicant said, that this could be a condo, but there is no speculation for affordable housing within the plan. So indeed, introducing a triplex would contribute to the housing stock. It would also necessitate the relocation of existing residents with the potential of them not being able to return. So consequently, we do believe that the applicant should present a complete application that addresses all concerns documented in this file. And we would hope that the applicant would consider choosing green infrastructure over parking on this property. And to be quite clear in what we're asking for is that the increase in that grayscape is removing the tree canopy in the rear. So what we're asking for is that the parking shouldn't even be part of the consideration, that turnaround either be submitted wholly to show that it's actually going to be going to work, and the trees and the renovation are actually going somewhere and accomplishing something, or really the parking that in the back should be removed altogether. Consequently, the trees would be preserved, and then we would still have the well-treed lot and the green infrastructure protection that it also provides. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Mercado? Okay, so I guess we do have, my question is, I guess Urban Forestry, have they weighed in on this? I guess they have looked for Urban Forestry 1 and 2. They're not looking for a refusal, which they are on certain applications today. So, Ms. Mercado, do you have any response to the fact that your community planning is talking about conditions to remove or injure both public and private trees?
With regards to the trees, city forestry tends to look at the city trees. So there is no tree protection plan in place. However, they do not have the luxury of looking at trees that are in the back, which some are 0.25 dBH, which is very close to being protected size. And they're also in a bunch. And the city, the official plan does speak to protecting stands of trees, as well as we also look at the integrated, such as the committee does, we look at the integrated plan. So transportation still has reservations that the new plan, which is adding the parking to the rear, will actually be accomplished. So all we're saying is that let's take a look at it in an integrated fashion and make sure that the actual parking plan is going to work, as opposed to approving the plan and then all of a sudden there are no tools in place to make it better.
Okay, and obviously your position is that these 2 parking spaces are going to result in a loss of green space and a loss of certain of the trees in the rear, the private trees in the rear.
Yeah, we're skeptical like transportation because we're looking at the space in the back and whether turnaround, removing that last variance for the green space in the back. There is no information that says that turnaround is actually possible. So we're looking at tree removal without accomplishing anything, as opposed to, and really, like, you have to look at it being in a PMTSA and being so close to transit and being slated for affordable housing. Like, this application should dot all the i's and cross all the t's before it's approved.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I guess we've heard from the speakers. We can go back to Addison Milne Price now for a rebuttal. And please, if you can, what was I looking for you to? Yeah, what's happening to that garage?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could you repeat that question? You were cutting out a bit.
Yeah, is there a stucco garage still part of this application shown on the plans?
There is. I'm sorry, there is no garage proposed. The park will be outdoors surface parking in the rear.
Okay, but where did I see to the left of the property on the plan? Did I see a stucco garage? I know your
next door neighbor.
Your driveway is on the left, or is that the adjacent property?
I think you were looking at the adjacent property there.
Okay, okay. Oh yeah, the stucco garage. If I look at the revised plans, it shows on the left side stucco garage, grass. That's the next door property, right? That's not part of your property. I see. Okay, my mistake. Okay, so let's go back to. Can you just give us a rebuttal now to the concerns we've heard from the tenant and from the Christine Mercado from the Long Branch?
Mr. Chair, quickly, just as an FYI, we can still proceed, but our presenter's computer is frozen up for a moment. But so if we do need to show something, just bear with us. We'll show it.
Thank you. So just quickly with regard to the tenant's concerns, unfortunately, this isn't the correct venue to discuss any landlord-tenant issues. As the chair correctly indicated, that is a matter for the landlord-tenant board. Any issues of bylaw violations can't be adequately discussed here. And I'll also state that this is for a new application. We aren't discussing the current single detached house that exists on the property. Now, with regard to the concerns from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, environmental impacts were brought up, and I'd like to point out that, well, there is an increase in driveway that's proposed for the reason of complying with bylaw provisions that do not permit parking in the front or side of a driveway. The new driveway will be a permeable paver driveway, and the existing driveway will be resurfaced. The existing driveway width will generally stay as existing. So while I'm not an arborist, I do not believe that there would be any new impact to the front yard planting space or any damage to that existing front city tree. I'll note, as I expressed in my initial presentation, that this building envelope that's proposed is an as-of-right building proposal for a single detached home. It is only because there are additional units in it that it is being hit by the extra restrictive side yard setback and lot frontage and area restrictions. Now, as to whether there is a need for parking, it is true that there is no more minimums or maximums for parking that are applicable to this lot, but I will state that I, in my opinion, don't feel a complete elimination of parking is justifiable, considering that we are increasing the density from 1 unit to 3 units. In my view, at least providing some parking will be a good idea. Even though it's true that this isn't a neighborhood that is well suited for intensification due to its location to a streetcar and to the GO Transit station. I'll quickly point out as well that the LBNA member mentioned that urban forestry only looks at city trees. Obviously that is incorrect. They have the duty to also protect and review private trees. And they've reviewed this application and they have not indicated any concerns. And while that is the case, regardless of the decision of the committee today, the urban forestry staff will have to issue a permit prior to any trees being injured or removed on the site. I believe that addresses all of the concerns, but I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, I just have one question before I see if the other members do. So the issue is, you said at the outset, I mentioned that urban transportation was looking for a deferral for you to do a vehicle maneuvering diagram just to make sure that the people can safely enter and exit the parking space. And also there's a requirement, obviously, you have to do a turnaround because you can only enter onto branch in a forward manner. Okay, so you're not going to allow you to back out. So you said, no, we want to proceed. So how, and Ms. Mercado brought it up as well, and the issue of a complete application. So the issue is why do you feel that, I'm not being glib or anything, why do you feel that that is not something that we need to have dealt with before the committee can make a decision on this?
For two reasons. Firstly, if you look at Branch Avenue on the photo study I submitted, the parking scenario that's proposed is very similar to existing triplexes and to existing single detached properties. My view is that the parking functions adequately on Branch Avenue right now, and the proposed parking is essentially the same that is currently proposed on the subject property. And given that there is no change from that, I don't see how there would be an issue proposed. The tenant who've lived there for a long time had a chance to come up and express any issues, and there was no issue brought up with parking specifically. And lastly, I'll just point out that these changes to parking could be done without any variance required. You'll note that no soft landscaping variance is required, and so these paving, this additional paving could be done without any minor variance and without the chance for transportation to require a vehicle maneuvering diagram, which to me indicates that the request is overly onerous.
Interesting. So, they're considered, I guess, the traffic, the experts in this area. So, are you telling me that the existing that exists already? That the existing tenant has those two parking spots in exactly the same situation?
No, Mr. Chair. There is one parking space that is currently on the subject property.
Okay, and now they are having two. So the question is, if you have another car parked in the second spot, how does that car maneuver? Is that, or how can going from one spot to two spots in the same location, unless it's... I just don't understand how you say that that's something that's the same situation.
Right, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
A car with another car parked there, whereas currently there's only one spot, and they're not going to hit any other cars when they're maneuvering to get back out onto branch in a forward manner. That's just my question.
Fair point, and that actually brings to my attention that the note of two parking spaces is actually incorrect. You can see that's indicated there. There's only one parking space, and so the intention of this application is to only have that single parking space. So that is what I meant when I say the parking situation will be the same. There is one space now, and there will be one space proposed in the future should this application be approved.
No, that raises another concern for me. So you could basically say the revised plans attached to this is not accurate because there's only one parking spot, not two as shown.
Well, there is well, there is a note that says two parking spaces. The parking space is indicated in the rear of the lot, and you can see that there is no other parking space that is indicated.
Okay. Members, any questions for, I guess, Mr. Milne-Price or either of the other neighbors, or we take it into committee for a decision? But does anyone have any outstanding questions for any of the speakers before we do that?
I'm a little confused. So what you're proposing then is not what you've submitted on the drawings?
No, that is incorrect because there is one parking space that is illustrated.
But indicated as two.
There is a note. However, I would say that is not entirely out of the ordinary. I think The most important thing to review would be the set of variances that is before you. There's no variance for parking spaces, and the parking spaces that are indicated on the plan is only one. There are sometimes cases where FSI or GFA is calculated incorrectly on the plan, but the variances are always looked at from the zoning review that is done. In this case, this plan was put through a zoning review. You can see the most recently zoning review up on the materials now, and there is no parking space variance for size or location.
Yeah, you know, and the other thing, Mr. Milne Price, is and I just took a look at the transportation memo. They think it's 2 spaces. Proposal is considering a total of 2 parking spaces situated at the rear of the property. Each parking space is proposed to have dimensions, et cetera, et cetera. That's before they talk about the vehicle maneuvering. If you only had 1 spot, maybe there's no need for vehicle maneuvering because you're not going to hit another vehicle.
I agree that with 1 spot, that a vehicle maneuvering diagram is not required. However, that staff report was issued prior to the revised plans that show 1 parking space being uploaded.
Anyway, I have I'm showing the revised plan, not the original plan, but the revised plan on my bookmark. When I pull it up, I don't know what the date is, but that's the one that shows 2 parking spaces right on drawing SK1, dated revised August 3rd. I think it says. Anyway, yeah, that's just my comment. Maybe I'm wrong. So I'm saying everyone thinks you're doing 2 parking spots. At least I do, or I did when I reviewed it. Members, any questions for Mr. Milne Price? He's right. There isn't any variance for the parking, and he's removed the rear landscape. So it's just a functionality issue. I guess he's right. It doesn't really affect the variances. Perhaps if there was, a correction should be made as part of any decision. If they assume it's an affirmative decision, perhaps there should be an undertaking or some reference that plan SK1 be changed to 1 parking spot.
I do see the note. There is a note saying that they're deleting to 1 parking space, but they're not revising the actual drawing. And if you're going to only go with 1 parking space, then the question is, do you actually need all of that turnaround area in the back, which could address, providing even more landscaping and affecting the trees even less. But again,
he took out landscape variance. He doesn't have any obligation to that, right?
No, I understand. I understand. That's why my overall preference would have been to defer this. But anyway, we are where we are.
Okay, so waiting for a motion then, or any further questions for any of the speakers. If there are none, let's bring it into committee for a decision. So I guess he is right. It shows 2, but there is a note. And transportation memo does appear to be that they think there's 2 spots. He wants a decision, didn't want to defer to establish the issue of the attorney and whether there could be more landscape, but there doesn't seem to be a landscape variance, although it could protect some of the trees, but he's already gotten a UF 1 and 2, which permits him to apply to take down trees. You'd think they wouldn't want to take down any trees that they don't have to, because it's nice to have trees. Okay, so that's my summary of where we are.
Okay, Mr. Chair, this is another tough one, I would say, because we're not going to have the benefit of the transportation comments based on what is actually being proposed now. Because perhaps the driveway doesn't even need to extend all the way to the back if we're only doing one spot. But in terms of on balance of what is being proposed and what is the fact that we're gaining two dwelling units over one, it is a desirable application. The justifications for the variances have been explained, and they are justifiable. I would have to agree that it does meet the four tests for that reason, and would propose that we approve the application.
Okay, thank you. Conditions?
Can I make a friendly amendment to
Mr.
that?
Kamara, conditions 1 and 2?
Yeah, subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2, and as amended, so or as revised, so we're eliminating variance number 9.
Okay, thank you.
Based-
Seconded for that?
Yeah, based on that amendment, I will second that motion, and I just wanted to add to the gentleman that's here today in opposition that Amber Morley, Councillor Amber Morley is your councillor, city councillor, and you should contact her office.
Thank you. So you're seconding that. All in favor? It's unanimous. The application is approved. Thank you, Mr. Milne-Price, and thank you to Christine Mercado and to the speaker, Cheryl Cowden's partner. Okay, I didn't catch your name. So, okay, we can move on to the next application, which is item number 9, 142 Lothian Avenue. It's a new detached dwelling with a detached garage with 4 variances. All we have is a cover letter and transportation to conditions of approval. And the speaker on this application is David Stickney, only speaker.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think we need a fulsome presentation for you. Is there anything you'd like to advise the committee members of?
No, sir. I believe that the footprint of the proposed dwelling is very similar to the existing dwelling. The side yard setback on the north side is really only the length of the garage. Other than that, we meet the side yard setbacks. We're very similar to the house that's been built to the north. It's just been finished. And without written authorization, we have his approval for what the application is at the moment.
Okay, members, any questions
I
for David Stickney?
I have a
or
question,
something
yes.
for motion?
Mm-hmm. Are you okay with the transportation conditions?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay. In that case, I move for approval
Wait.
unless...
Is there
sorry.
anyone present for 142 Lothian Avenue? Okay, now we can have a motion.
Seeing no one? And there are no questions or concerns from the members?
I do have one concern, just a question. I'm assuming you would not be opposed to tying approval to a site plan with regards to setbacks?
No, absolutely not.
Thank you.
Do you want to go ahead and make that motion then? You go ahead and make that motion, and I'll be happy to second it.
So I'll approve it conditional on the subject to the 2 transportation conditions, and also to tie it to the site plan, whatever the date is, with respect to, as it relates to the side yard setback.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, all in favor? It's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Okay, item number 10 has been deferred, so we'll move on to number 11, 18 EDWALTER Avenue. This is to construct a 2-story rear addition, a partial 2nd-story front addition, a new front porch, and a new rear deck. And there are 2 variances. We have applicant submission, and we have a change in the agent due to a scheduling conflict, so we're going to hear from Andrew Edmondson instead of Kate Harrison. Who do we have listed on the sheet? We had Andrew Edmondson. Okay.
If you can hear me.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so it's a minor variance for this application.
Just start by stating your name and address, just for the record, please.
Sure. My name's Andrew Edmondson. I'm with Solve Architects, Inc., and I'm at 78 DeForest Road in Toronto.
Okay. So we have your submission, and there's additions. We don't have anything else on file, so I don't think we need a fulsome presentation, but is there anything you'd like to advise the members of on this brief summary?
No, I mean, if you're satisfied with what you have in front of you, that's fine. I can give a very brief explanation as to how we're over area, but it's probably not necessary.
Yep. You're not over by much. Your whole, you're over by like 20 square meters over what's permitted.
Yeah, so if I can comment on that overage, yep. We're over only by the area of the front porch and the area of the rear veranda. So we're over by areas that are outdoor spaces.
Okay, what about the coverage issue that you're 37.67%? What causes that?
The exact same thing. So that they go hat in hand. The floor space index triggers the lot coverage and vice versa. And it all comes back down to the front porch and the rear veranda, which are 200 square feet apiece.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions, or is someone ready for a motion?
If no one has any questions, I'm ready for a motion. I'm satisfied that these variances are minor. It's a modest addition, and the renos are lovely. So I move for approval with no conditions, I don't think. Yes, no conditions.
Is there anyone present in the room for 18 EDWALTER?
Sorry, I should have asked that. Okay, seeing no one, I guess my motion stands then. I just need a seconder for it.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
I think we had Mishi seconding that. I think Mishi is our seconder. All in favor? Okay, you have unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we have the same agent on the next next two applications, but they're different. So item number 12 is 99 Government Road, and it's an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage and an ancillary structure, pool house in the rear yard. There are on this application 6 variances. We have a cover letter, arborist report. Planning is looking for some modifications to eliminate the building length and modify the rear yard setback to 1.5 from the 0.9 proposed. And I assume Mr. Hall is aware that he is the only speaker on this application, so we'll hear from him on that request. And we do have one letter of support from 105. So, Mr. Hall?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Bill Hall, Architrave Design Architect. I am the architect for this property. Yes, I'd like to comment and just reiterate a few points that are in my cover letter. We did have a conversation with planning staff a few weeks ago, and the 2 objections were, one is we're proposing a pool house at the rear of the property. We had been proposing a setback of 0.9. They wanted to see that increased to 1.2 or 1.5. And in consulting with my clients, they're happy to meet planning's concerns and change that variance from 0.9 to 1.5 meters.
Okay.
The other issue from planning's point of view is purely the length of the building. And this is a point where we did discuss at length, and
no pun intended,
was objecting to the overall number. I was making the point that from a more pragmatic viewpoint, that the numbers are generated mostly by a kitchen bay at the rear of the property. If you look at literally the 2-story brick main portion of the house, it all conforms, 17 meters. So really the only issue at hand is breakfast bay and a small built-in a sitting nook in the family room. The breakfast bay is 1 story and really with a standard height fence would be pretty well invisible to any neighbor. The sitting nook is even smaller and it's completely underneath the rear patio roof. So it would be invisible to anyone.
Okay. So I take it, Mr. Hall, that if the committee decided to agree with you on that and grant you that variance for length, only on part is shown that you wouldn't have any objection to having it tied to plans to construct as illustrated, as shown on the site plan with respect to the length, just to make sure you don't go straight across. I assume you wouldn't have any problem with that.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay, let's see if members have any questions for you. And you're prepared to grant the other request from community planning to change variance 4 accordingly.
That is correct.
1.5 from the, sorry, variance 3, 0.9 to
variance 6.
Variance 6, sorry, right. The 0.9 to 1.5, whereas 1.99 is required. Okay. So members, any questions for Mr. Hall on that?
Just
And
have
urban, oh yeah, comment. Can you comment? Sorry, on
forestry.
Urban forestry looking for a refusal or condition number 2. Can you just talk about the urban forestry situation?
Yes, absolutely. We've had some rapid back and forth with our arborists. You will note that we did submit a complete arborist report at the time, and at our arborist still maintains that there should be no issues. I'm going to have to leave that with the experts to go back and forth on the tree. The city tree in question is apple shrub that is probably no more than 5 or 6 feet tall. And certainly if it was my property, I would want it removed. The owners are willing to be flexible on this point. And so in ongoing conversations with forestry, if you grant the variances, we're happy to revisit the issue, but there is in quite clearly a city policy of getting rid of apple trees when they're in the boulevard. And we would rather see something else. So why this merits refusal, I'm not entirely sure, but we would be more than pleased if you could grant us the variances today. Then we would then be proceeding to an urban forestry application.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, we can have a picture of it in the report. It's not exactly look like something worthy of saving. Okay, members, any questions or comment for Mr. Hall, or is someone ready for a motion?
I'm just struggling with the forestry. They've got 2 opinions on this. They've also stated they want private trees protected in the back. So I'm assuming you're okay with that forestry condition.
Yes, of course, no problem.
Okay.
And that is actually shown on the tree protection plan included with the application.
Right on. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm good to go. I'm just not sure whether to include forestry condition 1 or not, but I'll let you work that out with forestry. So I believe the application meets the 4 tests as revised. So I believe we're changing variance 6 to 1.5. And I'd like to do a number of conditions. One is to tie to the site plan with respect to the building length or depth. Can't remember which one it was. And subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Komarek. Seconded for that motion. Ms. McCluskey, thank you. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. You have your approval on that basis. Okay, Mr. Hall, don't go away because you're the agent in the next application. Item number 13 is 8 Kingsgarden Road. It's an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 5 variances. We have a cover letter. Planning has conditions of approval. They want to tie to the building length and depth. Forestry is looking to deny variance 2. They've given conditions 1, 2, and 5. We have 13 letters of support, I think, or is it support from 13? Let's see. Yeah, we have 3 letters of support, 2 letters of opposition, and we have the forestry memo. And okay, and that's what we have. There are 2 speakers on this application, Mr. Hall, for the applicant, as well as we have the neighbor, a lawyer representing the owners of 27 KINGSGARDEN, who wrote in, I believe, a letter, or that was 29. But we do have a lawyer from Halifax representing the owner of 27, who will be on virtual video. So let's, Mr. Hall, we'll go to hear from you first.
Yes, you have my cover letter on this proposal. Many of the issues are similar to, in fact, the previous application, but the street, KINGSGARDEN, is a much more developed, much larger street, larger lots, deeper lots. So they're comparable, but not exactly the same. And we are looking again for some additional length. The other, in the planning report, you'll note they had no concerns other than that. But they also make the point, and I think it's worth quoting. We have plenty of examples on the street where there have been variances for length and depth that much exceed what we are requesting today. 4 KINGSGARDEN was at 20.2, 26 KINGSGARDEN was at 21.29, and planning, I think, recognizes that there is a lot of precedent on this street, and their concluding remarks were that the majority of the building length, excluding the bump out, which is the kitchen bay, is in keeping with the prevailing character of the neighborhood. So I don't think I could say it better than they do. The longer length for us is generated in part from, I think, a certain amount of change in the home market. I'm seeing it certainly within the last number of years, and certainly since COVID, a lot more requirement for home offices. And in this case, the homeowners want a home office for 2 to work in. So the length, I think, is an important part of the plans, and we hope the committee sees that it is a minor request.
Okay, thank you. And again, community planning, as Mr. Comerick suggested last time, this time they are asking for any approval tied to the length and depth. So you, I assume, okay with that?
We are.
Okay, as well as the urban forestry. Okay, so let's hear from the other. We do have another speaker, as I stated, Joseph representing the owners of 27 Queen Anne Road. We also have a letter from their next door neighbor, the neighbors of 29, among the 2 opposition letters. Let me just see who the other opposition letter is from.
Is there anyone present in the room to speak for 8 KINGSGARDEN Road? Okay.
Right, so we do have the letter from 29, and now we have the speaker representing 27, who are in the rear. Seeing location map. We're located, directly behind the property. Okay, so let's hear from the first of the only speaker, Mr. the representative for 27, Queen Anne.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yes, my name is Joseph Orr. I'm representing Mr. Neil Kerr, who's the registered owner and occupant of 27 Queen Anne Road, which is the southern border of that property abuts the northern border of 8 KINGSGARDEN Road, just for context. My client is opposed to the variances for 3 main reasons. Firstly, because in his opinion, they are not minor in nature. Second, because of the impact and how they will impinge on property that is currently in possession of him, but also of any of the owners of 27 Queen Anne Road. as indicated by the location of a fence. And thirdly, because generally the variances, in our opinion, are out of keeping with what the intents of the bylaw are. Just on the first issue, whether or not the variances are minor, we suggest that they're actually quite significant, mainly variance number 1 and number 2. Variance number 1 seeks to increase the maximum permitted lot coverage by about 15%. This includes the proposed large pool house that's at the back of the northern border of the lot, which itself is positioned in a way that impinges on property that's in possession of my client. The second variance as well is actually probably the most substantial one. It's a 45% increase to the maximum permitted gross floor area on the lot. Again, for context, what's allowable is 300.9 meters squared. What's being asked for is 435.8 meters squared. So that's an increase of 133 and change meters squared, which I would suggest is quite a major variance. My client's not opposed to the neighbor and the applicant making changes generally. I think it's just the manner in which the changes are being made that he opposes. We think that these can be scaled back in a way that has minimum impact on the neighboring lots. Potentially less than 10% variances would be much more desirable for the neighborhood, as well as in that they impinge on his property. And that's the substance of the second piece of opposition that he has to the variances. The proposal seeks to inappropriately build partially on a section of land north of a fence line that has been in place for well over 70 years. We attached to our letter of opposition a couple of surveys, one from 1952, a further one from the year 2000, which was close to when my client moved into his property. And I don't, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, if you go actually to the bottom variance, the bottom survey, you'll note that this is from 29 Queen Anne, but it shows where the middle portion of the land on Fisher's Lane, which is the lane that separates these two pieces of land, how it was divided in half by a bylaw quite before 1952. And then south of that center line of Fisher's Lane is a fence line, which is still in place to this day. Actually, if you just scroll down a tiny bit more, you'll see where the fence line is. It's just south of the center line of Fisher's Lane. I don't suppose the panel members have the pictures in front of them, but you'll see this dotted line just underneath the center line of Fisher's Lane, indicating the fence line. That's consistent with the survey that was taken in 2000 and consistent with a survey that the applicant also has on his own planning survey that shows a fence line with a row of cedars around it. Lots of the neighborhood has been built up around that fence line over the last 70 years. And what the applicant is intending to build would actually impinge on land that belongs to my client. So that's one of the main reasons why he's opposed. The variances themselves don't actually cover this because it's based off of land or the survey boundary lines that the applicant found in his own survey. They don't take into consideration the fence line that's been in place. So we suggest that, again, if this was taken into consideration and adjusted in a minor way, that would be fine with my client. It's just that as they stand, the variances are not acceptable to him in that they would build on top of land that is rightfully his. And the third and final piece of opposition to the variances is just that the purpose and intent of the bylaws is not upheld. As I'm sure the panel knows, the intent of these bylaws is to regulate the use of the land, the bulk, the height, location of buildings on these lands. And the minimum permissions of the setbacks and building dimensions are not arbitrary. They're in place for a reason and are crafted to keep the neighborhood consistent. And we suggest that, especially the variances I pointed out, numbers 1 and 2, but also just in that they don't take into account well-established boundary lines. They are not minor in nature and are otherwise actually quite noticeable. So we're in your hands as to what to do, but my suggestion is that these are refused at minimum. a deferral is put in place until such a time as the issue regarding the boundaries of the properties can actually be sorted out. And I'll also note that I know that the neighbor at 29 Queen Anne has essentially the same disagreement. I know he submitted his own letter. I'm not appearing on his behalf, but I believe he has the same issues, given that the proposals do also impinge on his land as well in the same fencing issue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. I have a question for you. So I just checked your client, Mr. Kerr, wrote in a letter as well as did the other neighbor. And Levine, I think his name is. And the issue is it mentioned about the fact that in the middle of the lot at the rear, they're putting a pool house right smack dab sort of centered on the lot. It says it's 100 square foot. And the issue which I want to hear from in rebuttal from Mr. Hall is whether there's some confusion whether that's for just pool equipment or whether there's going to be a toilet back there. So no one mentioned that, but that is mentioned in letters as obviously a concern of you and the other neighbor.
Yes, so I believe that, and I've seen the architectural designs that were submitted with the application. I believe that that pool house does in fact have a toilet in place, and that's one of the primary reasons of opposition from the neighboring lot, just because of the positioning of the pool house. But that, as well as the position of the pool house in terms of how far away it is from what we say are the actual boundaries of the lot, taking into account that fence that's been in place for over 70 years. So those are the primary issues that my client has. And I think if you look at the plans, there is quite a substantial piece of land in between the end of that covered porch that they're proposing and the beginning of the pool. I think this could all be really quickly sorted out if some the dimensions of this was changed and things were moved such that they wouldn't be right smack at the back of his lot, and you know, keeping into account the general characteristics of the boundaries that are in place right now.
Okay, so here in rebuttal, I just point out to you that again, community planning, other than keeping them honest on the length and depth issue, like in the last application, they're asking for that condition. They don't seem to have any problems. They seem to feel it meets the prevailing character. So that's the challenge again. The community planning feels it's in keeping with the prevailing character and maintains the general intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw. So does anyone else have any questions then for the speaker, for Mr. Kerr at behind the property?
Mr. Chair, I have a comment to make.
Yeah.
We are not a court of law. We do not litigate land disputes or adverse possession issues. So we can't take into account the allegation of whose land that is or is not. We can just look at whether there is a rear yard setback provision or not. And in this case, there is not. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Mr. Chair, am I allowed to respond, if I may?
Sure. Mr. Comeric sort of made a statement / question, so we're entitled to hear your opinion. I agree with him as well, and I think that was a good point to make, that that's not before us. If you can proceed, whether you did it already or whatever, if it's a question you're making an adverse possession claim over this area, that's not before us. So we'll make our decision, and if you have to do something separate, you can go ahead to do that if you feel it has some merit, and but that we're not a court of law, so we don't.
No, yes, I do recognize that, and I recognize what the panel member did say, and I agree. We're kind of merely acting out of abundance of caution and doing our due diligence, making sure that we state our opposition to this at this time, given that this is the first opportunity that we've had to do so. Also, given that we've been acting under a very short timeline, in that this proposal came about very recently. That's why my client isn't really opposed to the general nature of these changes. It's just how they impact on his land, which is why while the refusal might be more than is necessary, we would ask and request that a deferral is given, just so that issue can be sorted out.
Well, again, you didn't ask. We've now been hearing this for 15 minutes. We're not. I don't think that's something that we're going to defer for. It's This Fisher's Lane on the plan, and if you want to proceed to make some claim of adverse possession, and on that basis that the rear yard measurement is not being taken where it should, that's how it impacts this application. But like I said, you didn't ask for it at the outset, and that's an independent thing. So we'll make our decision based on what's before us at this point. So let's go back then to, I guess, back to Mr. Hall for his rebuttal.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, we're well aware of the objection letters from the two neighbors to the rear. They have slightly different concerns. 29 Queen Anne's quite concerned about the pool house and location to their rear lot line. Our client, just in the last number of days, has had quite a lengthy conversation with this homeowner, and it is more than willing to be flexible about the rear yard design location of the pool house. And in fact, we may have the landscape designers relocated entirely, so mitigating that concern. I can only report verbally. My client assures me that 29 Queen Anne is satisfied with the changes moving the pool house that have been discussed. But I that's all I can say to that matter. I think the concerns at 27 Queen Anne are probably more germane to this application, and the whole question of impact upon the neighbors to the rear really come into focus for number 27 Queen Anne. We, however, would like to point out that the two-story wall of the rear of this proposed house would be, and I'm looking at currently in my drawings right now, would be 58 feet away from that property line. So we're not asking for any height variances. We're not asking for anything else. I think that if you consider that in the context of the entire neighborhood, that is a pretty reasonable setback in terms of privacy, overlook, shading, all of the usual issues. The whole question of the adverse possession is something that, obviously, as an architect, I've been doing this for many decades. This is something that has occasionally come up, and obviously I'm also not a lawyer, so I cannot make any kind of prediction how that conversation will go, but it is an ongoing conversation between the lawyers, and obviously will be sorted out at some point. My client, however, has said he feels, that obviously the survey was carefully done, and doesn't actually disagree with the older survey that number 27 Queen Anne has produced. The fence belongs to my client. So my only thought in that is to let the legalities play out as they will. But I do want to point out that it's particularly an issue for number 27 Queen Anne, partly because of the situation that they have on their property. They rebuilt back in 2007. They were in front of committee, and they got a variance for their rear setback to their house. The altered dwelling will be 6.89 meters from the rear yard. So that really does bring this whole question into focus for him. On top of that, they asked for a variance of having a porch project in 5.19 meters. What it means is that if this was built as per the variances in 2007, their rear porch is only a couple of feet off the property line. It makes it clear that, yes, I can understand, and certainly that that the homeowner would be, concerned, but some of this concern is because of conditions that my client has no impact or no input into. So long-standing issue situation. So again, the variances, as you rightly point out, don't impinge on this whole fence line, legality, adverse possession issue, and my client maintains should just be looked at by the committee on their merits.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Members, any remaining questions, or is someone ready for a motion?
I have a question for the applicant, Mr. Chair. With regards to variance number 3, the side yard setback on the east side, what is the current side yard setback?
Current existing house or current bylaw?
Current existing house.
I can tell you in a second. It is actually identical. 0.97 according to the survey.
Okay, so
it's more or less identical.
Okay, but you're proposing a new house, but you're not really improving that situation. You're asking to maintain the existing.
We are maintaining, yes.
Okay.
0.3 of a meter, so it's a foot difference, I guess.
No, 0.97 versus 0.9 is inches.
Yeah, it's virtually indistinguishable.
Any other questions, Mr. Hall, or is someone ready for a motion?
Sorry, also Forestry was also recommending a refusal on this one. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I can. Same issue. We are surprised that both of my projects have been singled out in this way. In this case, it again is a city tree. It's a lovely silver birch out in the boulevard, which all involved want to see retained and healthy. Again, we did submit full arborist report. Our arborist strongly feels that with appropriate measures, this tree can live a long and healthy life. And all I ask committee is if in their wisdom they do grant our variances, they let the urban forestry process continue. We would always expect to have the condition of an application must be made, and would certainly expect committee to put that on us.
And we're talking about this city-owned 78 centimeter silver maple, which I guess you're going to try to protect.
That's quite correct, yes.
Can I just add something here? I thought they were talking about a Siberian elm tree in the backyard, and they're asking to reduce the pool size in order to save that tree.
There
are two memos. One relates to the private tree, and they're not opposing to those variances. The second memo is asking for refusal based on the city tree.
And he said he's going to try to protect the city tree, which is the one that they want to refuse variance number 2, but they have the fallback, failing which, etc. And the issue is to show that if you did a 0.5 versus a 0.2, that incremental amount is what was going to affect this tree. Mr. Hall has said his arborist is going to try to protect the tree. So that's where we are on that. Okay, ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion. If everybody's satisfied so far, okay. Yeah, setting aside the allegedly uncertain boundary line issue to the north, over which we have no jurisdiction, and focusing on the impact of the requested variances. I'm satisfied that the variances meet the 4 tests. The coverage issue, the GFA variance number 2, to me, not issues if things like building height, rear yard, front yard, side yard variances are not impacted. And it was noted that the only yard variance is the east side, and it's same as it is with the current house. So satisfied that the application meets the 4 tests, I move approval, subject to urban forestry conditions 1 and 2 and the community planning condition.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. We have a seconder for Mr. Taylor's motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. McCluskey. All in favor? It's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you, Mr. Hall, and thank you to Mr. for your participation as well. Okay.
Mr. Chair, sorry
So
to
our next
interrupt.
up-
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to use the washroom, so I'm just going to.
Okay, you can miss the next. The next application is the most, looks like we have, subject to Adam's confirmation, looks like we have 4 neighbors on the line as well as the applicant.
Mr. Chair, there are 4 neighbors present in the room, and also a 5th one that's not on your list that is virtual.
Can I just see
Okay,
who's
that one
present in the room for 84 FOCH? Just, okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have the neighbor at 54 Albright, 82 Falk right next door, 102 Bronte Road. We'll find out their relation to that, as well as 70 Gort. And then you said there's one additional party in the room who is not on my participation list.
Michael Cook.
Correct?
Correct. It's Michael Cook. So we can call them last.
Okay. And we have Peter Letozek as the agent for the applicant, and he is virtual. And so let me introduce the application first. This is an application. We have a revised page for the agenda. This is to construct 2 stories above the addition dwelling, to construct a south side addition on the existing detached garage, and to convert it into a garden suite. We had 9 variances. We have a revised plan, so we have elimination of 2 of the variances. We now have 7 variances, as well as the minimum landscaping has been revised somewhat. So the soft landscaping variance has gone down. We have a presentation from the applicant. Planning is looking to have us refuse variances 2 and 3 and add a condition of approval. Transportation is okay. There are 12 letters of opposition, 1 letter of support, and an additional 6 letters of support in the additional materials. We don't have anything from River Forestry. Okay, so let's hear from Peter Letozek, the agent, and then we'll hear from the 5 neighbors. And let's on a second. Now that we're back in person, in the old days before COVID, when we have a group of neighbors, sometimes they all didn't speak. Sometimes they appointed a spokesman or 2. So certainly you're all entitled to have your 5 minutes to speak. But an alternative would be to perhaps appoint 1 or more spokespeople, and the rest of you don't have to speak, but that's entirely up to you. That didn't work in the virtual world, but now that people are in person, it could work again. So I'll just throw that out on the table. Okay, so Mr. Letozek, let's have your presentation. Get your materials on the board while you're speaking.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Peter Letozek. I'm the architect for 84 FOCH.
Okay.
And if you wouldn't mind asking staff to put up my presentation on the screen, that would be helpful. So, as you mentioned, we have reduced our list of variances to 7. I should add that we have been in communication with planning staff since basically this application was scheduled. It was done a bit hastily in my experience. The planner that was assigned to us had to go on vacation or had a vacation scheduled, so they kind of rushed through this. As a result, their staff report, as you can see, hasn't even been updated with these changes that we've proposed, even though it was submitted to them along with the revised plans and the revised zoning notice before they left on vacation. My subsequent attempt to communicate with the planning staff was shifted to a different planner who pretty much was very, very quick to sort of stonewall me in any attempts to provide them with evidence that the 2 variances related to heights was very much in keeping with the neighborhood character, even as close as 100 meters away. So as my presentation material will show, if you were to go down to page 4 or the what I call SK1 sheet, with a map showing approved applications that are basically, I would say, in our range and in some cases greater for height as comparables within 100 meters of us. There's a radius shown there. And if you go further down to page 6 or SK 1.2 and SK 1.3, you'll see some examples of these actually having been built, and me showing diagrammatically how they compare to our own application. So if you can scroll down to page 8, which is SK 1.4, I just want to clarify for the committee members where the numbers that we have are actually coming from, because it's presented as though, you know, we're out to set some kind of a precedent here height-wise for wall height and for roof height, where in fact what's happening is we are keeping the existing footprint of the house as is. So meaning horizontally, we are not adding anything onto it. We are expanding it vertically only. And because of its current shape, there is this notch out moment. And because of the sensitivity that we're trying to design with, if you look at the front image of the house on the next page, you'll see that we're trying to keep this house looking like a 2-story house to stay as much in keeping with the character of the neighborhood as we can. Although the examples that I've shown are very much more appearing as 3-story houses. So we are making you know, every attempt possible here to be sensitive and gently densify. So back to SK 1.4, what I want to explain is that the wall height, the side wall height that's being called out as 9.14 meters high is actually the little triangle above the dotted red line, where I kind of transparently showed that we have a staircase and I need headroom to get up to that partial 3rd floor at the back of the house. That is where that number is coming from. In reality, from the street view, on the sides and on the front, our height is technically 7.6 meters as a side wall height. When it comes to the roof height, the way the zoning examiner has determined the 9.35 meter building height is he's averaging between the soffits and between the sort of top of the flat roof part that we have on this house as 9.35. But as the committee will see on sketch 1.5, if you were to technically, what you're actually seeing from the street is 8.64 meters to the midpoint roof height. So these numbers, these so-called high numbers that the planning staff is asking you to refuse, are really basically, you know, isolated to specific moments and taken out of context, you know, I should say. And if I go back to an example that was approved by you on SK 1.3, for example, the 36A, 36B Albright house, when I reviewed those minor variances, there was a variance, a side yard setback variance being given for the house on the left, down to 2 feet, which is 0.6 meters. Then I'm looking at this house and the variance that was approved for the height, which is, it has a flat roof and basically, I guess, a parapet, so a tall wall. So you're set back 0.6 meters and you're going up 9.3 meters. How is that? I'm basically, in my view, I'm asking myself, how is that better than us maintaining our 2.2 meter setback, side yard setback, going up to 7.6 meters, then 45ing the roof, 45 degrees, so 12 pitch, 45ing that roof up? How is that somehow major in comparison to such examples as these? And as much as I try to, you know,
Sorry,
bring
you've
that to
gone
their
over the
attention.
5 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
And I think we've lost the chair.
No, I just had to switch to my phone from my iPad because I ran out of power. So I am here. Sorry, I'm here.
Okay, so
I'm here.
Can I wrap this up really quickly?
Very quickly, please. Just
Yeah,
because we have a speaker.
so in the end, I guess the main point I'll say is if you took the time to read my presentation material, you will see numerous precedents being set already. I'm only showing you in pictures the ones that have been built or are being built currently, but there's a lot more. And essentially, I'm asking you to look beyond just the number, look at the context of the design that we've proposed. And then I'll leave it at that. for now. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on to the other speakers, and I see if any of the members have questions for you, my question for you, sir, is that planning report was dated August 21st, I believe. So you've had like 10 days. Did you try to contact planning and say what, to make these same arguments you're making here with us? Did you make those, did you try to contact the planner?
I have, Mr. Chair, and I have all that communication because most of it was through email. So I have all that documentation actually, like as in my records, you could say. But like if I can give you one example of a situation, I give him my presentation, my material, I give him my list of precedents. Their answer back is something along the lines of, oh, we're only going to look at things within a 100-meter radius. So then I go, fine, you want to play that game? Here you go. Here's a map of properties within 100 meters. I'm showing you them here in the presentation. I showed them the same way. The answer is, oh, well, this is a flat roof, so it's not comparable. How is this not comparable? I say, this is worse, way worse in terms of its impact on privacy, on shading, density. Like there's hardly any room to walk beside these buildings. How is this basically not applicable? How are we worse? They stuck to their guns. If you read their staff report, it mentions that there are no comparables along those lines. I don't recall the exact language, but it says, they did their research. There's nothing in the neighborhood like it. This is against the prevailing character of the neighborhood. So I'm not sure how else to speak to them to get my point across. So at some point I gave up, basically. At the point where they wrote that report, that was that.
Yeah, okay. And I also noticed it's not based on your revisions. So whether the elimination of variances 6, 7 and the reduction in 8 would change their opinion, I don't think so, because their opinion deals with the height. So
Mr.
thanks
Chairman,
for that.
If I could say, they did know about those. That we agreed on that very early on before they went on their holiday. And that was another disappointing factor, that it was not addressed in their staff report. It was not mentioned, even though I emailed them that, and we were in basically, I always talk to the planning staff. That is the process I follow. I have great respect for them. This was very disappointing experience for me. That's all I'll say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Latozic. Does anyone else have any questions from Mr. Latozic before we hear from the neighbors? Okay, so the first neighbor on my list is Val Sesnick at 54 Albright. Do we have the speaker in the room, or?
Yep, they're just coming.
Mr. Chair, it'll actually be Joe Sesnick, and they'll identify themselves.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Joe. My name is Joe Sesnick. I'm a local resident that has lived there for probably close to 50 years. I've seen a lot of negative impact in this neighborhood due to the lot splitting. But now, in essence, what we're seeing is backlot splitting, which is creating higher density and affecting the quality of our neighborhood.
Sorry, you're speaking on behalf of yourself, 70 Gort, right?
I'm speaking on behalf of myself and also my mother, who is within 3 houses away.
So
her backyard is perpendicular, so she's facing this monstrous 3-story.
Yeah, we just need to know the address. So you're representing.
I'm at 70 Gort, representing my mother at 54 Albright.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so given what's happening in the community with this existing proposal, it almost gives me the feeling that we're creating shanty town. We're taking a little tiny lot, 43 by 75, when putting up a 3-story building. May look like a 2-story from the street, but in the back, we're facing a 3-story. Okay? Plus, we have this garden suite with a basement, which essence is another apartment. But as a layman, if you really look at this proposal, what do we really have? You have 3 family dwellings here. This is going to turn into rentals, which is going to pose some problems for all of us. So I'd like to make my argument in terms of 4 points: safety, security, privacy, and the aesthetics. I already mentioned aesthetics. I don't want to see a shanty town. I don't want to see this as a precedent for somebody else that has a garage in the backyard and turning that into a garden suite. Okay? So is this what we're turning this neighborhood into? I hope not. And you have the power today to make the right decision to stop this type of activity in a very peaceful neighborhood. Now, in terms of safety, we have some issues which have not been brought up. The school drops off the kids right in front of that house, okay? Usually the whole area is full of cars waiting to pick up their kids. So now what you're gonna have is, in addition, 3 family dwellings. So with each family averaging, let's say 2 cars, 6 additional or 4 additional cars. So you're creating greater density. I drive by the intersection, which is 2 houses away, every day, and it's become a real problem with parking. In order for me to cross a FOCH, I have to slowly creep because it's all lined up with cars. So now with additional pressure of additional family dwellings, you know, there goes the neighborhood. I might as well live downtown. We have other issues. I mean, the land coverage, I mean, water spills. Where does the rainwater go? In wintertime, icing conditions, kids being right there. You know, we walk the dogs along there. You know, it's going to create a dangerous situation. Not great in terms of safety. And of course, security, as I mentioned. I think the whole intent behind all this is to create 3 rental units. And if you look at the drawings very carefully, you'll see ground floor, kitchen, second floor, kitchen, separate entrances. So obviously it's in disguise to have 2 rental units. And of course the garden suite, that's another rental unit. So let's be real, what's really happening here. I'm not opposed to development, but I think the garden suite is way in excess what would be reasonable for the community that we live in. I'll let my other neighbors to speak on other points and concerns that they have. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Mr. Sesnick, thank you for those submissions. Anyone have any questions or comment for Mr. Sesnick before we move to the next speaker?
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, if I don't see, I'm not getting.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's Stan. I just want to make a comment that I think we're going to be faced with this on a regular basis. I just want to make I guess a public statement that it is the city's intent to try to create more rental properties. And garden suites is one of the ways that it's going to be done. This is a reality. We can't oppose rentals for the sake of because that they are rentals. We actually want more rentals. That's the overall objective of the official plan right now. So what we can address is whether it's appropriate or not for the lot and for the size of the property that we're dealing with. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I would agree 100% with you. We can't control what we can't control, but the size of the lot is way too small, what's being proposed.
Sorry, who's the next speaker?
Okay, we're having some transmission issues here, or
No, Mr. Chair, there's just a bit of feedback in the podium microphone for whatever reason. We can reach out to broadcast control to see if they can find, maybe they can dial it back a smidgen.
Hi. Megan Hamblett at Lorenz at 82 Foch Avenue. And
I'm the owner of the property, Gloria Hamblett, from 102 Bronte Road, as somebody read out. And I've already submitted my proposal. I'm here because my daughter, sometimes the throat goes and she can't talk, so I will take over.
Yeah. I do have voice damage, so I apologize for that. First, I'd like to speak to what you were just saying about garden suites and rental units being the new priority for the city. I certainly understand that. However, it does say right on the city website in relation to this that while there are no minimum size requirements for a property to have a garden suite, that not all properties will be able to have a garden suite. So this is a 75-foot lot, and there is no way to maintain the rear yard setback and the distance between the garden suite and the dwelling. So already the dwelling and the garden suite is 3.93 meters instead of the required 5. The rear yard setback is, I believe, 0.49. That is for the existing garage and the addition. Okay? Then the only thing that is respecting that rear yard setback is the platform. And what they've done is pushed it, okay, shortened it, and they've increased the depth of that platform an additional, I believe, 2 feet closer to my backyard. Looking over into my backyard, invading our privacy, and not respecting the 1.5 meter rear setback for the comfort of the house that's right behind, which is, I believe, 50 Albright. So, obviously, I oppose the development of the garden suite, not because it's a rental unit. It's simply that this property does not allow for it. So when we look at the proposed deck for that garden suite, that is going to look directly into my backyard, right into my seating area. I already have no privacy in my backyard recently because of a deck that was built right to the property line and an attached playhouse, which is listed on here on the revised plans to be demolished. I have had the child next door up on top of that platform, looking over into my backyard, talking to us, interrupting our conversations. And to me, this isn't acceptable. And this is just an existing deck that wasn't built to code and a playhouse. So imagine this when I've got a deck overlooking into my backyard. These are not big properties. They're 75 feet deep. 84 is 439 deep or across. I believe they are 42, 43. These are very tiny properties. And the backs of all of these properties back up against the sidewall of 50 Albright Avenue. So moving on to the dwelling, 3 stories are not prevalent in this neighborhood. They are the exception, and that 3-story is going to tower over our home and the home on the other side at 86 FOCH Avenue. The proposed stair platform is of particular concern on the south side of their house. This is going to overlook directly into my bathroom shower. So I'll let that sink in. I can't think of anything that is more of an invasion to privacy than having somebody come up on this stair platform and be able to see you while you're in the shower. That window in my shower is always open. These are old homes. There was no fan that was in the house. There were never vented bathrooms. And that window is always open, more so when we have showers so that the condensation doesn't build up. They are going to have such a good view into our bathroom shower and into our kitchen as well from that stair platform. Overall, I don't think that they have satisfied any of the tests of a minor variance. It would seem to me that all 4 tests have failed, and
You could just wrap up, you're up past 5 minutes.
Sorry?
If you could just wrap up, you're past.
Oh, okay. All right. So do you want to finish?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you.
Just to point out, like, community planning, I think, is just opposed to the height. But I think due to the height, if was to get refused, which is what they recommend, they didn't have any concerns with anything other than the height or the garden suite. But I assume they would lose the 3rd floor if they lost 2 meters of height. So the height results in the extra coverage, I guess. So does anyone have any questions for Ms. Lawrence before we move on? And you're right next door as well. Right next door.
That's right.
You're the most affected by.
That's right.
You're the most affected.
Yeah.
So does anyone, do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Lawrence before we move on to, I think, Michael Cook would be the last speaker, I believe.
Mr. Chair, there's also Gloria and Val,
Yes.
if they'd like to speak.
No, Gloria was here.
Gloria, not the related to Megan, was just here for her support.
No.
Or are we going to hear from her in which?
Well, she's the owner's. Her daughter was just speaking. I thought it was one or the other.
I was standing here because my daughter does have a problem, and if her voice went, I would have taken over. So that's why I was
Yes.
here. But I'm here to speak for myself as the owner of.
Well, hold on. So hold on a second. So Megan Lawrence lives at 82 right next door.
No,
Gloria Hamblin.
Yeah. Megan Lorenz is my daughter. She lives at 82. I am the owner. I've owned it since 1969.
Okay. But
Okay.
your daughter just spoke. We only have a speaker per address, ma'am. So
Okay.
we're not going to hear from you.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
because you're there to help your daughter because of her voice issues. But if she's living there, you own it. She spoke. You did very well. So we don't need to hear from you. Okay.
okay. You have my submission anyway, right? My letter of submit. My letter.
One of the
My-
letters. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. So in which case we just have Michael Cook. Am I correct? Who's someone named Val? I don't see. Val already spoke, or Joe spoke for Val.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
you don't have to hear. The only speaker I think we have left is Michael Cook, and we need to have his address.
I'm sorry.
And
If
is
I
he
can
in the
just
room?
if I can just interrupt you, nobody had any questions for me then? No? Okay. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Megan. No one has any questions. But so Joe already spoke for Val. So the only speaker we have left is Michael Cook. We need to know his address when he introduces himself. Can we have a visual of the room? I don't know. There's just a copy of the application been up for the last 3 speakers. That's a reason for that, or that's just me?
Mr. Chair, that might just be you.
Okay, because when I see on my screen, All I see is a copy of a Davies Howe letter. Oh, hold on. Now I just pressed something. I'm back. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so let's hear Michael Cook.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Cook. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm here. I'm from Davies Howe LLP. That was my letter that was up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm counsel to the owner of 50 Albright Avenue. And you should have, or you do have the correspondence from me in your files, setting out my client's objections to the proposal. And I would just ask that page 4, Schedule A to my letter be brought up because I'll be referring to that shortly.
Yeah, and your client, in addition to the last speaker at 82, are the most affected because you're rent property.
That's right.
So adjacent to that garden suite.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I want to start by noting that my client was presented with the plans as it's happening whether you like it or not, and we don't care about your concerns. And so unfortunately, we couldn't resolve any of these concerns ahead of time. My client was asked to sign the same form of support letter that the applicant has submitted from many other people, none of whom live adjacent to the subject site, and none of whom would experience the impacts of the proposal. Now, the impacts of concern are largely a result of the relationship between the two sites, with the subject site's rear lot line running along my client's side lot line, which you can see in that image that's up on the screen. And as you can also see, the subject site and the two adjacent sites, 82 and 86 FOCH, back onto the side lot line of my client's property, and they're relatively short sites. And I think the previous speaker alluded to the size of these sites, and I think they're quite short in comparison to other properties in the immediate vicinity of the site. This is also visible from the site plan and the survey submitted by the applicant. And in fact, when looking from the street at the subject site, you can see my client's property quite close in the background. So one thing I'd ask you to keep in mind is the precedential nature of your decision and the impacts on my property where both 82 and 86 FOCH also developed in the same manner and in reliance on any approval granted today for 84 FOCH. The committee has already considered the cumulative impacts where adjacent properties developed in a similar manner when deliberating item 7. So let's talk about those impacts from my client's perspective, starting with the garden suite. As alluded to, not every lot is appropriate for a garden suite. And while there's an existing garage on the subject site adjacent to my client's lands, it has minimal massing that creates no privacy impacts. However, the garden suite as proposed introduces all the additional massing right against my client's home without the required separation distance. In most cases where you have a rear yard to rear yard relationship, a garden suite would be separated from the dwelling on the adjacent property to the rear by that adjacent property's rear yard. We don't have that here. The garden suite also includes an elevated deck that would provide overlook directly into my client's home, specifically into bathrooms and bedrooms. And while privacy screening is proposed to the side yard, none is proposed to the rear yard where new overlook would be introduced. Now, with respect to the proposed second and third story additions to the existing bungalow, these additions have second and third story Juliet balconies, literally designed to provide overlook into my client's property. And in response to the agent's comments on height and his attempt to minimize what's being requested, the third story Juliet is shown on the agent's own presentation to extend into that requested height variance. So this sort of additional massing and overlook would ordinarily be separated from an adjacent property by 2 rear yards. While the applicant has provided other examples of third story additions or additional approvals in the area, we don't know the unique characteristic of those approvals or what the impacts of those third story additions are on adjacent properties. And I reiterate that community planning has also raised concerns with these balconies. Again, imagine the cumulative impacts on my client's property where both the adjacent lots at 82 and 86 FOCH developed in a similar manner to what's proposed here. So in summary, and in my respectful submission, the applicant has simply chosen the least suitable lot in the neighborhood for the development as proposed. The magnitude of the change that would be introduced by this proposal is simply not minor. We don't believe it is desirable for the appropriate development of the site or adjacent properties, and importantly, none of the impacts have been mitigated in such a way that they would maintain the general intent and purpose of the bylaw. Accordingly, I ask you to refuse the application, and this concludes my submissions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cook. I appreciate that. Can we get this the location map on the street? So, you know, I agree with you that these are short lots, 86, 84, and 82 in relation to your lot, and you don't stand in the normal because it's a key lot situation. So they're at 0.58 FSI, FA or whatever it is. Is that because you'd expect that to be really high given, you know, big house and a small lot with 3 floors. So is that 0.58 the prevailing character? Because you say a 0.58 on a big lot and this is 0.58 on a small lot, or is the prevailing character much less because the other lots are bigger and this one is going to be higher because it's a smaller piece of land?
Sorry, is that question directed to me?
Is the point as the 0.58 out of character?
Well, no, I'm not so concerned about the density, the FSI. It's more so the actual variances that are being requested, because it's those impacts that we experience with the reduced setback and the height variances. The FSI is a result of, you know, a formula. I can't speak to whether it's prevailing, but I know that those impacts experienced by the reduced setback and the height are what my client will experience directly. And it's on that basis that we're opposing this application.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just surprised that that 0.58 number isn't higher, given it's such a small lot. But I agree, it's to stick all of that, have height, and have the garden suite on this these 3 lots are very small in relation to the prevailing lot. So I would have expected that number to be higher than 0.58. So we'll hear from. I'll ask Mr. Latozek in his rebuttal. So thank you for that. And does anyone have questions or comments for Mr. Cook, representing the key lots neighbor? Okay, so then I guess let's go back to Mr. Lawrence for his rebuttal to the neighbors. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. So if I can go, like I'm responding to 3 different, I guess, opposition parties here. I'll start with the most recent one with the councillor. I'll start by saying that his very first statement is a misrepresentation of what happened in my communications with his client. So I know the owner of 50 Albright as John, and I spoke to him. He was actually the very first person I spoke to on a couple occasions, and in no way did it go in any kind of way the way he described it. It actually went in the opposite way, where he gave me a very immediate response after seeing the drawings, saying that he's against this and he's going to do everything to fight it. In fact, bringing up that he's got connections with developers, this and that, and the fact that he's engaged the lawyer to be here is enough. Anyway. So what I'll say to that is he didn't come back with anything like, oh, how I would like to improve this or that. His comments were very much rooted in, this looks like an income property. I don't want tenants here. They're gonna, you know, have a negative.
Sir, I'm not interested in hearing what your discussions were with the homeowner. He has a lawyer here representing him. He submitted a letter, and I don't want to hear all the backstory. When you first want him to talk.
Well, when he's basically misrepresenting, making me sound like I threatened him or something, it was actually the other way around. But I'll continue.
All we know is what's before us. Let me just respond to the comments and the opposition against you. Don't start giving us the backstory. That first he said it was okay, and he didn't want this, and he's going to fight you, and he has a connection.
Okay.
Just let's hear. Respond to what's before you, okay?
Okay, so he's there. I keep hearing this whole thing about this lot is undersized. This lot is undersized. If you go to my presentation material, please, on SK 1.1, which is page 6 of my presentation, I went ahead and did this drawing to show you exactly how many lots within 100 radius of this property are the same size or similar size. We are 300 square meters, okay? I show everything in yellow is 300 square meters or within that range. Okay, 50 Albright is not, agreed. 52 Albright is not. But in general, you can see from here, at least 50% of the lots within a 100-meter radius are this size. And I've shown you evidence of heights being approved higher than what we're asking for under our contextual circumstances and so on. The fact of the matter is that when we talk about the garden suites and its separation, if you go to the last page of my presentation, we went to great extents to ensure that the minor addition that we're proposing on the garden suite does not impact the side windows which are installed in 50 Albright at the back. I'll further say that 50 Albright went to Committee of Adjustment for 3 minor variances over 10 years ago before it was built, and one of those variances is related to height. Privacy is not an absolute, okay? You can see how many windows in the 2 pictures I'm showing. You can see how many windows of theirs look out onto our property, onto the backyard of my client's house and into their rear elevation windows. That's not as clearly shown, but you can basically expect it. Privacy is not an absolute, and it is not a one-way issue, okay? So looking at this from a second-story perspective, they're looking down currently on a 1-story house. When we go and add 2 stories, we're going to be looking down, I guess the claim is from a 3rd story down onto a 2-story. I fail to see the argument there. It is the same condition. It works both ways. There are ways to mitigate privacy. There are blinds, shutters. There are all kinds of ways that one can protect itself. In fact, I see blinds in the windows of 50 Albright right now. So all this talk about the lot being too small, privacy issues, they're very much, the lot is very much average within the 100-meter radius, at least that I've researched, and the privacy issue is a 2-way issue. Now, when it comes to 82 FOCH, the lady brought up a concern with privacy with regards to the window with a bathroom and us looking into that window somehow. We're only proposing to add 1 window on the south elevation on the 2nd floor, and that window is in a bathroom, okay? And again, it's the same scenario. Privacy is a 2-way street. Okay, just like we might have concerns for privacy, she may have concerns for privacy, and there are devices to manage that, like blinds and other things. If she needs to install a bathroom fan, then that's something that she may have to do if she doesn't want to open a window at that point. Those are all choices that one would have to make in that circumstance. I think those were the major ones. The very first one really tried to hit
you're
on.
over 5 minutes. Sorry, no, please don't interrupt other people. You're over 5 minutes. If you could wrap up, please. Thank you.
Yes, sorry about that. So the last point that I wanted to hit, which is what one of the panel members already touched on, and I appreciate that, is that these properties are all zoned multiple residential, and the property in question here in this application is zoned for 3 units. We're not trying to hide anything. If I wanted to hide things, I would have. I've clearly stated that there's going to be 2 units in the house and 1 unit in the garden suite. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Latosic. I have a question for you. Can we look at your drawing, SK11? It shows the lot areas of the various lots. So I just want to clarify, when I said those 3 lots are smaller, they're actually not smaller, but they are shorter, which I think is the same thing. So you actually aren't deficient in overall lot size, because it looks like your lot's wider than a lot of the properties, albeit shorter. So you are at 370 square meters, and some of the other longer ones are they're longer, but they're skinnier.
That's correct.
I looked at a garden suite. In my view, the length does become important, the length and the depth. So the fact that you're extra wide doesn't help you as much as if you were the same length, as one of the speakers explained, if everyone was you weren't in that key lot situation. So I just want to clarify, your lot isn't overly small, it's overly shallow. Okay? Just wanted to clarify.
Mr. Chairman. No, I appreciate that. But if you look at the overall proposal, we've been very sensitive in how we propose to add to the garden suite, setting it back farther from the house, knowing that the existing garage condition is much closer. We've also made allowances to increase our landscape, our soft landscaping in the backyard, where now I think we're at something like 43 percent where 50 is required, which, as you know from other applications, even in the recent history, there have been approvals for soft landscaping decreases quite drastic, even across the street, where somebody had put in a pool and paved the majority of their backyard, if you recall. I think at like 79A or something. FOCH, I looked at that. So, you know, like I am an architect. I've been doing this for a while. I don't take this lightly. I'm not interested in bringing an application toward, you know, here for, you know, where somebody's going to accuse us of overdevelopment. I've tried to approach this very sensitively and gently, and I hope that you can kind of appreciate that and see that we've put a lot of consideration into this.
Yeah.
We've tried to communicate with the neighbors despite the many objections that we faced here.
Right. So I do see on your, you know, you've done a really good, thorough presentation materials. You're showing the neighborhood height approved variances. You're showing the document. I just was looking at the SK11 showing the lot areas. But like I said, your lot is shorter. And I think that's what, in my mind, it comes down to the shortness, making it inappropriate for the, and community planning, interesting, in support of you, they only commented on the height. They didn't seem to be concerned with anything else. But their height concern, if it was, you'll agree with me, if the committee went ahead and eliminated those two variances, you couldn't go ahead because you couldn't do an extra, you would lose a floor. Is that correct?
No, and frankly, Mr. Chairman, if the worst thing that happens here today, you approve us and you listen to the refusal recommendation of the planning staff, we will be okay. Like at the end of the day, if we have to lose the third floor, you know, I hope that you see the merit in my presentation, and that is an isolated, you know, there's isolated moments for those high numbers. The rest of it is very much, you know, a two-story, and it's technically 7.6 and, you know, 8 point for the roof. I hope you see all that stuff. But in the end, if that's the worst thing that happens, we'll walk away with that happy. One thing that I'll mention is they put in a condition.
Sir, you've been asked questions. You've had your opportunity to present. At this point, you're only answering questions.
Okay.
So the question, I guess, was the issue about I made a point that community planning didn't seem to have a concern with anything out of the height, but it was valuable, I think, for the committee members and me to know if that gets followed, whether he kills the whole application or not. So he's not at least told us that wouldn't be the case. I don't know what your internal ceiling heights are on this. I haven't looked at that. But
they're less than 8 feet on less than 8 feet, Mr. Chairman, on the third floor, because I was trying to squeeze it into the 9.5 meter overall height, trying to make it work with what about existing, you know, within the existing site conditions, because the ground floor is staying as is, you know, and it's already elevated above the grade. We can't change that.
Okay, so what is your ceiling height on the first and second?
It's 8 feet on the second floor, and I think it's less than 8 feet. It's just like within the Ontario Building Code requirements. Like
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so my question answered. So now, Ms. Alderson,
so
go ahead.
The ceiling height in the basement, do you know what that is? And if you reduce that ceiling height, would you be able to get your third floor in?
The ceiling height in the basement, which we're not planning. The basement is basically like, I guess, being lived in. It's actually I don't even know if I would say it's just barely meeting code, meaning it's 6'2", and the owner is not interested in underpinning it from my discussion with them. So it's a very low ceiling basement height.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a new build. This is adding 2 stories above.
This is a renovation. It is not a new build.
Yeah, so you don't have the ability to do that really.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so if there's no other, let's take it into committee. So now you'll only be saying something if you're asked a direct question. If not, committee members will discuss and you'll hear a motion and a vote. Okay, so thank you everyone for your participation. For those watching on YouTube, I see we had 12 letters for those 5 people in the room and to the applicants. So let's take it in for a decision. Any comment?
I'd like to make a comment, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the applicant's explanation for the height. I think I've got a better appreciation for that, and I understand that. I still have a concern. I'm not sure why planning didn't bring this up, but I still have a concern with variances 4 and 5 taken together, because it's obvious that the lot is too short to meet the requirements for a garden suite. So if you provide the rear setback that's required, you won't have the minimum distance separation, or vice versa. And I think that's a factor of this lot being too short, and in my view, inappropriate for a garden suite. That's my comment.
Okay, so let's see, any other comment, or perhaps that morphs into a motion for refusal of the application? We're correct. The issue of the distance between the main, if they haven't brought in that 45-degree plane, you'd think you would have that variance, Madam Secretary Treasurer, on this application. The angular plane between the, in addition to the distance, as Mr. Comeric just highlighted, variance 4. Shouldn't there be another variance for the vertical plane? And we'll perhaps Mr. Letozic, if we can ask him if we don't know the answer to that, because that's not a variance. There is no variance, but I agree, Mr. Comeric, it seems to me that that's why I clarified it's not the lot size, but the lot depth that is making this application problematic.
And again, if I could just make one supplementary comment, and that's garden suites are a new item that we're being faced with. And I think in the past, we've been very reluctant to do a lot of variances on those because it is a fairly new thing that's been introduced, and we want to make sure that we don't make errors in precedent.
Especially when applicants come in asking for 2 garden suites when they only allow 1. But in this case, it's the distance between, and I'm still surprised we don't have that other variance. So if there's any further discussion, or let's someone weigh in.
I just have another comment to make. I've been up and down this street on Street View. There doesn't appear to be another 3-story building on this street at all. Like, this would be setting a precedent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, someone ready to weigh in with a motion?
Yeah, I'll weigh in with a motion that I think captures the comments that have been made by my colleagues, that and to which I agree, with which I agree. I would be prepared to okay, Ms. Alderson made the correct point, I believe, that a 3rd story in this location would be potentially precedent setting. The applicant has said he could live with not going with the height variances, so I would make a motion to, and I share Mr. Comoric's view about the issues with the garden suite. I think we have to be very careful about ensuring that the carefully thought out requirements for them are met as closely as possible. And I think the 2 variances related to the garden suite in this case do not meet those requirements. So I would move approval of variances number 1, 8 and 9. I guess there would be no
1 would, okay.
1, 8, and 9.
He gets his, the question is whether, he said he can go without the height, whether he can go without the rear lot line and the interior variance 4 and 5. I don't know if he could do it, but.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. They would have to deal with the outfall from this, which is a shorter house and no garden suite.
Yeah, so the issue is, for Madam Secretary Treasurer, does this application fail if we are only approving 1, 8, and 9? I guess it's better than a refusal, but maybe the applicant would prefer a refusal to that. I don't know. So,
I mean, the
any
motion's
discussion
on
or
the table, so.
yes?
And the other issue I just realized is that not having the height is potentially going to impact variance 1 on the GFA.
Yeah, the question is whether he could even build that because he's going to lose the floor. So to me, it seems to me that what you're saying, you're trying to salvage, but maybe.
I guess it is a salvage job, and in effect, I think when it gets all boiled down, maybe I'll change my motion to refusal on the grounds that it doesn't meet any of the four tests under the Planning Act.
Yeah, I think you were trying to salvage something, but I'm not sure you can do that.
Didn't work. I changed my motion. Refuse, doesn't meet the four tests.
Okay.
I'm happy to second that motion.
All in favor? I don't see Mishi. Oh, Mishi is not is absent for this one, so it carries 4-1 with one abstention or one absence. Okay. Thank you to the neighbors and thank you to Mr. Latozic. I trust you understand the basis for our decision. We discussed it more than we discussed most. So I trust you understand. Okay, welcome back, Mishi. We can move on to item number 15. Looks like a straightforward one. 18 Dunedin Drive. It's for one-story rear addition, new covered rear deck and new rear shed. A previous COA decision in November 2021 approved a bunch of other stuff, which I'm not going to read out. And all we have before us of this application, I don't believe is much. We just have the previous decision and nothing whatsoever, nothing in the additional materials. So the speaker on this application is Stephen Lindy, agent, who's going to be appearing virtually like I am. Mr.
Good
Lindy?
afternoon, Chair. My name is Stephen Lindy, architect and agent of the proposal. I am located at 48 Bedford Park Avenue in Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, sir. I don't think we need a presentation from you on this application. Is there anything you'd like to advise the members of before they consider this application?
Yes, just the fact that we're adding 8 inches to the previous committee decision. The net result of the change is very minor. If you have any questions, you can ask me.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, here it is. The other variances were for coverage, FSI, side yard setbacks, and rear stair width. And now you have these 2 variances related to that. Members, any questions for Lindy, or I'm ready for a motion?
If no one has any questions, I'm ready for a motion.
Is there anyone present in the room for 18 Dunedin Drive? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion. I'm satisfied this meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act. Move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you. Seconder for that?
I'll second that. Stan.
Okay, all in favor? All in favor? It's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you, Mr. Lindy.
Chair, members of the committee, have a good day.
You too. Item number 16, 28 Florence Crescent. It's an application to construct a new detached garage. We have a revised notice for the application. There were 5 variances. 1 has been revised, the height of the ancillary building. We have a cover letter, a previous decision from 2014. Site photos and transportation has no objection. The speaker on this application is only one, Maureen Stewart. Michael Shirzadfar, the agent. And then as well, we have the neighbor at 2A Eileen Avenue, provided Adam's confirmation that they registered and
Mr. Chair,
with us.
members, the area resident is not present on the call at this time. I'd also like to bring to your attention that the agent didn't register and wasn't online for the microphone check, so I wasn't able to confirm their attendance just yet. Now, with that being said, there is a user logged in simply under the name Michael, so I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity to unmute them to confirm whether or not it's the agent for 28 floors or not. Would the user line is Michael? Can you confirm yourself, please?
Yes, it's Michael Shirzadfar, the agent on behalf of the homeowners at 28 Florence Crescent.
Okay, in the future, it would be helpful if you put your full name into WebEx because there could be multiple Michaels. Is there anyone present in the room for 28 Florence Crescent? Okay, there's nobody.
Yeah, and also you didn't pre-register. You should pre-register next time also, please.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I usually do so, and I'm not sure why this didn't happen this time. So My apologies for that.
Okay. So it appears you are the only one on the line, so I don't think we need a fulsome application. It's a new detached garage. You brought the height down, and there's no conditions. So anything you'd like the members to know about, or I can just see if they have any questions for you.
No, other than the fact that planning had some concerns with the overall height we were proposing, and we were willing to work with them and reduce the height.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, members, any questions, or someone ready for a motion?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. Re-variance 2, could you tell us what the existing east side yard setback is?
So with regards to the variances that are actually before you, every variance there right now is an existing non-conforming condition. We're actually rebuilding the garage in the same configuration and size that was previously built. It's just deteriorated to the point where it's not salvageable anymore, and that's why we're asking for the variances that were existing and non-conforming in the past.
Okay, so your answer to Mr. Taylor is it's the same, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions? And if no other questions, someone ready for a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm satisfied the 5 requested variances meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And I move approval of the revised application with no conditions.
Okay, thank you. Seconded for that motion? Okay, everyone's hand went up. Mr. Komorik, all in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Shazadafar. Okay, our next application is item 17. It's a consent to sever the property into 2 parts, and on each part to create to construct a new detached dwelling with attached garage with 8 variances. These are going to be undersized lots, and the speaker on this application is Defar Kohan, who's the owner of the property.
Is there anyone else in the room for 21 Roseland Drive? There's no one else, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we do have planning on this. We have the typical engineering construction services. We have an arborist report. We have the applicant's presentation. 2 planning memos, one just a pre-circulation one, and then a planning memo dated August 11th recommending refusal of variance number 7, the first floor established grade variance of 2.16. And that's all we have, I believe. Yeah. On the board.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, what did you say?
I said we have an applicant's presentation, so perhaps we can get that on the board while we hear from the applicant. Is the applicant present in the room or virtual? Or
They're present in the room, Mr. Chair, and the presentation is on the board.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, sir. Let's start.
So my name is Ali Azizine Kohan, property owner of 21 Roseland Drive. I'm overlooking the project. I have an educational background in civil engineering, and so the planning department, we constantly contacted them, looked over, and went over our 8 variances. We had more, but we even reduced them. We went over them to adjust them accordingly to what they would refer to us, ask us to do.
Yep.
Just to note, some variances that we adjusted were rear deck height, GFI reduction, front yard setback, and building height. And then there's other variances that I could go over if you have any concerns.
I think the one we want to hear from you is the one that community planning was against in their report.
Yes, so that should be variance 3. That's variance 3, which is the first floor above established grade. So I prepared 3 or 4 examples showing that in the nearby area, if you look on the presentation, when we contacted them, like one of the emails, they said that there was, unfortunately, 25 Roseland Drive does not have a variance for features, and pretty much saying that there was nothing in the local area that allowed it that's close to what we have or what we want as our variance. But we found an example, which is 98 FOCH Avenue, where they have a front wall variance of 8.02 meters, and they also have a variance for established grade in the 2-meter range. So I can elaborate more on this. So
Okay, so yeah, I want you to elaborate, because if you look at the last page, the only thing I think we have problems with is the community planning. I want you to explain why you feel they've said in their last paragraph, maximum 1.2, you're 2.6. Note that these variances are perceivable from the exterior due to the 8 steps that lead to the front door. And they suggest no other steps have so many steps, so they wanted you to internalize. It gives a protection of a 3-story dwelling. When viewed from the street, they asked you to internalize 4 of those steps to improve the facade, bring the new dwelling warranty. It says you decline to make any changes. So I think that's what we need to have you explain, is why you refused, or that you weren't willing to make those changes and internalize half of those stairs, because you've got certainly got 8 stairs, and they're saying that's not the prevailing character. So I think that's the thing we need to hear from you on.
So 98 FOCH Avenue, which is, you can see on the screen, it's very close by to our lot that we have, and they have 9 steps.
Yep.
And yet they want to say that there's nothing close to 8 steps that we have and that it's too much. But clearly there's an example of 9 steps in the area, which is very close by. And I have other examples, such as 17 Owen Drive, where they have 9 steps. 42 FOCH has 7.5, which is very similar to our 8.
Right. So my question to you, sir, so when you got that report August the 11th, which is like 20 days ago, did you contact community planning and said, what are you talking about? Look at all these stairs on these other properties.
Yes.
I agree with you. As black and white, a lot of stairs. They said they only want 4, you should analyze the rest. Did you try to call them? Or I'm not saying that there's anything wrong that you didn't, but I'm just curious, did you try to have another discussion with them?
Yeah, we constantly went back and forth conversing with them, going over this variance in particular. And it led to this point where we come to the community of adjustment.
Okay, because I agree. I think you've made a very good case by showing us these other photos. And I'm just wondering if you tried to challenge the planner on that. Okay, so does anyone else have any questions for Bafar Kohan? And that you are the only speaker.
Just a comment, there is a property almost directly across the street from this property that has 6 steps. So, we're talking about a difference of 2 steps.
Exactly. As well as the other examples Mr. Kohan has given us photos. Okay, no other questions? Is someone ready for a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I find the proposed lot sizes to be inconsistent with in the immediate context. I don't see anything with 7 or 8 meters frontage. So I have a difficulty with the consent. I'll formalize that in a motion in a minute. But I think because the lots are small, it results in a series of variances that reflect overdevelopment. The lot area is just over half what the zoning bylaw permits. The lot frontage is about 1/3 less. Lot coverage, not too bad. FSI, almost double what's permitted. So, yeah, I would move refusal of the consent and the variance applications on grounds that the lot is inconsistent with the immediate context and the variances don't meet any of the 4 tests under the Planning Act.
Okay, before we go further on that, Mr. Chair, I just want to bring up one point. I sort of asked the applicant to focus on the first floor established grade issue. Community planning didn't seem to have any problems, so I sort of assumed that these are compatible to separate area. Did we hear something that they weren't compatible? I agree they're almost half, but
Purely
life in the big.
Purely my observation, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So I'm just saying we didn't really give the applicant an opportunity to defend lot size, and maybe that was my fault. You didn't ask any questions about that, put it in issue. So I'm just concerned that, to me, it was an issue for community planning. They said, I've reviewed and supporting materials. We conducted a lot study to assess the lot pattern basis. Did not identify any concern with the proposed severance, but did identify concern with one of the proposed variances for each new dwelling, being the first floor. Oh, I'm just concerned. I'm just wondering if I didn't give him the opportunity, or at least I didn't. It's not up to me to tell him what to talk about, but I certainly led him down the path of being only concerned or mainly concerned to establish first floor grade. So that's all comment.
Yeah, perhaps I should put my thoughts out for discussion as well.
Yeah, I'm just saying we didn't give. If we're going to do that, maybe we should give the only speaker here. Maybe we should give him the opportunity to defend the lot size, or not. It's up. You have made a motion and we proceed. So I just honestly didn't think that was a concern. So do you want to give Mr. Kahana an opportunity to defend the lot?
Well, at the moment, we have a motion on the table. The applicant had his opportunity to make a presentation. He did make a presentation, and then you asked him to address the planning comments.
We sort of glossed over the lot size, but that's fine. Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a seconder for the motion? I don't see Mishi in the, on two pages here. Is there a seconder for that motion?
No, Mr. Chair.
If not, does the motion fail then? Someone ready for a new motion? Mr. Taylor or anyone else?
Yeah, I'm just looking at maybe, is it appropriate to go back to discussion now, or we have to go forward in camera?
No, I think we can have a discussion. It failed, and we're trying to.
So I'm looking at a city data map where there's been a number of severances in this area. Unfortunately, it doesn't give me the lot sizes. It just shows me comparable properties that were split, but they may have been larger to start with. It would have been good for the applicant to have given us comparables.
I can explain it.
Sorry, if they have questions, they'll ask you. You can't interrupt at the
Well,
sorry.
Do you have any comparables in this area for lot sizes?
Yeah, so 23 Roseland and 25.
Well, 23 is not severed. Neither is 25.
It's been approved. It's in Exhibit 5. It's been if you look in the Exhibit 5 on the presentation.
Okay.
I have a question for the applicant. We don't have any letters of support or in opposition. Have you spoken to your neighbors, or what are their thoughts on your proposal?
Yeah, so I think we've spoken to our neighbors, and I think one of them has been okay with it. The other one, we haven't heard anything.
Okay. How did you reach out to them, out of curiosity? Did you just
converse?
Okay, thanks.
Just
Basically,
looking
for
up and down.
motion?
Sorry. Mr.
I'm
Chair,
just
did you-
asking if any ready for motion.
I'm just looking at the street. There's a lot of semis on the street. There aren't a lot of what I would call soldier homes on the street. So did you ever consider doing a semi on that property?
So our neighbor to, I think it's the left, is 23, was the homeownership recently changed, I believe, but they did get an approval for a severance.
So a full severance, and they're going to be doing 2 detached homes?
Yes.
And what's the frontage of number 23?
It's the same.
I have mixed feelings on this one, and I just want to make a comment. We're getting a lot of applications for standalone homes on these severances as opposed to semis, and the side yard setbacks are extremely small on these applications. And, you know, we're creating situations that the bylaw's been trying to avoid. But I think we've been putting these through because of the shortage of housing. So that's, I really have mixed feelings on this one.
I could elaborate on the side yard setbacks.
Go ahead.
So
we're in discussion now, sir. Sir, we're in discussion. Unless you're asked a question, we've told before, please don't say anything.
Oh, sorry.
Mister, we're in a discussion now, and if you ask your question, we'll ask your question. Otherwise, we don't need your input. Thank you. I'm moved by the fact that community planning, all they wanted was the first floor, the 8 steps, internalizing 4 of them. We've seen the applicant has shown us that, in fact, the prevailing character, there are 8 stairs or whatever similar. They didn't seem to have any issue with the substandard lot frontage or lot area, and we see in a lot of these cases where the minimum is 12 and they come in with the 7.62. We've asked the agent to show us other examples. It looks like there are, if you look at the location map, there are big lots here and they're going to be ripe for severance and creating new housing. Sometimes you figure if you did a pair of semis, you'd avoid some of the setback problems, but most people prefer to do detached on these situations for various reasons, including being able to make more on a sale. But we have this application. I think community planning is concerned has been on that one issue. They have said they have no problem with the severance itself. So.
Okay, I'm gonna take back my comment about the side yard setbacks. They're actually not as bad as some of the other ones we've seen. So I'm prepared to do a motion if anyone else has any questions. No. Okay. I'm gonna propose that we approve. We're getting feedback here. Okay, is that okay? I think we still have feedback, but
Testing.
I was muted. I just muted myself. So.
Okay, let's try it again. I believe the severance is appropriate, not premature, and I believe it meets the objectives of the official plan. I believe the variances sought meet the 4 tests. Therefore, I'd like to move approval of the severance and the variances as listed, subject to forestry conditions 2 and 3 for each Part 1 and Part 2, and subject to the usual ECS conditions of consent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Comeric. There's a seconder for that motion. See everyone.
Mishi, seconds.
Thank you. All in favor? I don't see who's opposed or who's in favor because I'm in favor.
I changed my mind, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so
I'm in favor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kohan. Your application.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we have 2 more apps remaining on our morning session. The next one is item 18, 169 Lake Promenade. It's an application for a new detached dwelling and attached garage with 14 variances. Urban Forestry looking for conditions 2 and 3. We have supporting material presentation from Mr. Romano. We have 171 next door in opposed, and they are here to speak as well. It's one other speaker. Planning has conditions of approval regarding the front main wall, and that's all we have. This matter was deferred from August 3rd, 2023 hearing. So let's hear from Mr. Romano, and then we'll hear from Annette Hetherington at 171 next door.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, Action Planning, 321 Lakeshore and Port Credit.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. If staff could bring my presentation slides, I'd appreciate it.
On the way.
Thank you, Adam. Perfect. So slide 1 is an illustration that shows in green at the top the portion of the lot that is included in the calculation of floor space index. And you'll see that that is less than half of the lot, and it's a result of the shoreline hazard limit. At the bottom, the green outlines the entire property. And so one will see that the floor space index variance of 1.29 is based on a smaller portion of the lot, but in relation to other properties, both on the Lake Ontario side of Lake Promenade and on the other side, if we take the entire lot, the proposed 0.59 is in keeping with what's occurring on the street, particularly for more recent construction. And that's consistent with the planning staff comments in their report, where they are in support of the floor space index and the application in its entirety. This screenshot also shows the existing building footprint in a broken line. The existing dwelling is set back further than what the proposed dwelling is in terms of siting, and that's consistent with TRCA as well as planning involvement. So the proposed dwelling is about 6 meters forward of the rear wall of the existing dwelling. The front yard setback is measured at an angle, and the building is not 6 meters forward of the existing front wall. It's only about 1.5 meters, and we'll see that it's an articulated front yard. If we can go to slide 2, we'll see that in terms of zoning interpretation, there's a number of different ways that the zone examiner has measured the property. If we look at the building itself, it's only 17.57 meters from the front wall to the rear wall. There's a front bay window that projects that gets double counted in a couple of the different variances. But we believe that the zone examiner has identified building length and building depth on an angle. And that is why they've arrived at the numbers that they have arrived at, 19.45 meters and 19.05 meters. On this site plan, you also see the front setback is only to a pinch point, 15.53 meters, and the balance of the front yard widens because of the angled nature of the lot. See that the building footprint generally overlaps where the existing is. And in terms of the building height, it's a small variance to a sloped roof portion, 10 meters, whereas 9.5 is permitted. And the wall height is measured to an interior area. It's the upper floor ceiling, which is beyond the sloped roof, and that's also articulated in the staff report. Otherwise, the wall height that one's going to perceive is from ground level to the top of that projecting bay window. And that's also in keeping with what's occurring for more recent construction along the street. The rear elevation, so that's the bottom middle section. This shows the two balconies. The upper balcony has a full screen. It's basically an enclosure that goes along the sides as well as the top. That's off of a secondary bedroom space. And the second floor balcony is privacy screening. There's privacy screening along the west side of a minimum 1.5 meters, and we're happy to have that as a condition of approval. Lower right, you'll see that's a rendering illustration that illustrates the proposed dwelling in its context, and I'll note that 167 has been demolished. On the next slide 3, we'll see that there is a consistency in what is being proposed, both in terms of floor space index and in terms of building length, particularly along the Lake Ontario side of Lake Promenade. Much deeper lots and much deeper buildings predominate throughout that character, that street. And on slide 4, we'll see examples of dwellings along Lake Promenade, particularly along the south side, which has different architectural expressions, sloped, mansard, flat, combination of the two to 3 stories at height. So we're in agreement with a planning staff report that makes one recommendation to tie the construction substantially in accordance with the front elevation. And we're also in agreement with urban forestry, although I would suggest that condition number 1 should also apply because there are some city trees. And TRCA has no conditions and no objections. So subject to any questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Romano. I have a question before we get to the neighbor, because I think that's what we're going to focus on. It's the 3rd floor balcony. It looks like it's inset. I'm looking at drawing 3D. So is that sort of like surrounded on the roof and both sides, and then a glass balcony on it? That's what we're talking about, correct?
On the 3rd floor, yes, it's completely screened along the sides, and it has a covering as well. And then that glass railing is towards the rear, so it's towards the lake.
Yeah, but it's already screened by its actual construction. And is that off a bed, the master bedroom?
It is a bedroom area on the top floor, yes.
Okay, and it's 10 square meters, whereas for its variance number 9. So the issue is, so that's the size of the place. It wasn't made over large because for parties it is off a bedroom. Just wanted to clarify that.
That's correct. Actually, the earlier applications had in one of the balconies over 20 square meters, and that was one of the items that we had worked with planning staff to revise and reduce, and that's how we arrived at the 10 square meters, as well as a screening that's incorporated into the design.
Okay. Okay, so any other questions? Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Romano at this point? If not, we'll...
I have a question regarding variance 3, the west side yard setback. The existing house or the old house, what was the setback?
Thank you for that question, through Mr. Chair. That existing west side yard setback is about 0.7, so it is a little closer, but it is it generally overlaps where the existing building is.
Yeah, because it looked like on your drawings like you're making the situation slightly worse, and I'm just trying to understand the rationale for that. I know it's a narrow lot.
Sorry, the rationale is that it's being placed in keeping with what's occurring on the street. 0.6 meter side yard setbacks are quite common throughout Lake Promenade, particularly on the smaller size lots. It's a 7.68 meter wide lot, whereas generally The zoning bylaw requires 0 or 12 meters, and that's where that 1.2 meter side yard setback requirement comes from. The 1.2 meters is associated with a lot that is 12 meters to 15 meters in
No,
frontage.
I understand that. I just want to make the point that so your difference is 0.1 meter essentially from what it is now.
Correct. And the the excavation that's going to occur there for that side yard is the same whether it's 0.6 or the existing 0.7. Once you demolish that wall there, you've basically moved in the same position for the side yard setback. Again, that was also in keeping with what we had reviewed with TRCA for the geotechnical analysis in terms of the building placement.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Romano? If not, let's hear from the neighbor, Annette Hetherington, at 171. And we have their letter. We can put that up on the board.
Is there
I
anyone
believe
in
she's
the
appearing
room
virtually.
for 169 Lake Promenade? Okay.
Good afternoon. This is Annette Hetherington on the line. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. So I did speak yesterday to the representative for our neighbor, for the owner. And I do understand with the balconies that they're going to put in screening, as he mentioned. So that's not the real concern that I have. The concern that I am remaining with is the side yard setback and keeping it where it currently is. There's nothing on the other side. That property has been demolished, and I believe that neighbor on the far side, on the east side of 169, is going to be using that lot as a side yard. And so that's why we propose maybe they could shift the house more that direction versus towards us. And the reason for the concern is, as we mentioned in the letter here. So that remains a concern for me, but the balconies do not, given that they have done, the work to make sure that privacy is respected.
Okay. So your concern is that the question Mr. Kamarick just asked Mr. Romano about the issue about the setback, and he did mention he's bringing it slightly closer, but he did say that's the prevailing character. How much is your side?
It is, I don't have the exact measurements, but whatever the whatever the requirements are, we barely meet it, but we meet it. Okay. I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. It was
according to the site plan provided by Mr. Romano, it's 1.1.
Okay.
No, sorry, 0.6. 0.6. I'm reading it wrong.
So in our neighborhood, sadly, there has been a number of floods that have occurred. And so that's why I mentioned that in the letter. And then also along Lake Prom, there have been problems, although that's probably not a committee of adjustment, it's a city zoning issue. But there have been problems, as I discussed with the owner's representative, that some of the neighboring properties have experienced where their foundation has been cracked because the cities have allowed the houses to be so close. And the challenge with that then becomes that if your foundation gets cracked, your insurance cannot can state that they will not insure you. So there's lots of challenges around that as a result of allowing properties to be built so close together. So that may not be something that this committee deals with, but it is certainly an issue with the city zoning. So anything we can do to maintain as much distance as possible, of course, is desired.
Okay, thank you. So any questions for the speaker, Ms. Hetherington, or if not, we'll go back to Mr. Romano for his rebuttal. No questions. Let's hear from Mr. Romano and bring rebuttal to what Ms. Hetherington has had to say with respect to the side yard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, thank you, Ms. Hetherington, and I appreciate also the conversations and discussions and exchanges that we had yesterday. So that's once again the 0.6 meters is not dramatically different from what currently exists there. There's been no issues with respect to drainage and whatnot, and all the drainage here is going to be done in accordance with how TRCA would allow the property to be draining, which is towards the front and the back. I will note that the 17.57 meter building length is on a lot that is 56.27 meters in length, and that's on the north side, or sorry, the east side, and on the west side it's 56.39 meters. So this is not a side yard setback that is for a large part of the lot. Much of the lot is open and has much more of a side yard setback, and I will include in that discussion the fact that there is a detached garage in the front yard right now that is practically on top of the side lot line, and that is being removed. So in my opinion, what's being proposed here is going to result in an improvement in terms of site drainage, not only because the proposed building footprint is going to cover less of the lot as a dwelling as compared to the existing dwelling, but also the detached garage, which is being removed. And that 0.6 meters is, again, consistent with the surrounding character. Number 171 is less in side yard setback, and it is 1.1 meters. And that is on a wider lot. So number 171 is a lot that is in excess of 12 meters in frontage, but it has a reduced side yard setback that's consistent with that lot width. The other neighboring property, 167, is also a 7.6 and change wide lot. And that is where, and again, in discussions with planning staff, we had implemented the larger side yard setback of 1.2. So that was all in keeping with what we see in terms of the streetscape, and what's being done in terms of grading and drainage, and the shore. The geotechnical will, along with a building permit review, ensure that all the grading and drainage is occurring on the property and will not extend beyond the property. That is a common condition that is required and inspected by the city.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've had our rebuttal and answer to questions. Any other questions from Mr. Romano, or is someone ready for a motion?
Maybe I'm beating a dead horse, but I just want to make the comment that we're essentially, I know we're talking about 4 inches, but I don't like to see a proposal for a new build which worsens the setback situation. I haven't heard a valid argument for the hardship of it having to be moved the 4 inches.
Is that a question or?
It's a comment.
Okay.
Well, I think the question's been sort of answered. So, I mean, if Mr. Romano wants to comment on my comment, you're welcome to.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. The 4 tests under minor variance under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act do not deal with hardship and do not deal with need. What is being proposed here is fully in keeping with and consistent with what the physical character of the neighborhood is. When we look at the official plan under Section 4.1.5 of the official plan, and we're looking at prevailing character, it says that the proposal is to respect and reinforce the prevailing side yard setbacks that are found in the neighborhood. And what is found in the neighborhood and what is found on Lake Promenade consistently, particularly for a lot of this size, 7.68 meters, is a 0.6 meter side yard setback. If you look at the planning staff report, they raise no concerns or issues with the side yard setback. The proposal is marginally different than what is currently existing. do not see any adverse impact that results from the proposal. And it's my opinion as a registered professional planner that what is being proposed satisfies all 4 tests for a minor variance and represents good planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Okay, is someone ready to weigh in with the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm satisfied the variances meet the 4 tests. It is to sort of add on to Mr. Komorik's view. Sometimes it's frustrating for us to see a variance 3, which could have been 0.74 proposed to exactly what exists. But anyway, for 5.5 inches, we had a 3-minute conversation. But notwithstanding, I'm prepared to accept all the variances. And move approval subject to urban forestry conditions 2 and 3 and the community planning condition.
Thank you, sir. Seconded for Mr. Taylor's motion.
I'm happy to second that motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Application is approved. Thank you, Mr. Romano. Have a good day. So we have one more application in our morning session. It is 158th Street. It's for story residential apartment building with 15 variances. We have applicant's presentation. We have a planning report for information. Transportation is okay. And we have the materials from the previous hearing as this matter was originally before us on July 20th, 2023. And in the additional materials, we have a support letter. And the speaker on this application is Adam Layton, only speaker, no one speaking in support or opposed.
Is there anyone
Welcome,
in
Mr.
the
Layton.
room for 158th Street? Okay, there is no one else in the room now.
Hey, so we'll just
good afternoon,
Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
looks like go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Adam Layton. I'm a principal with Evans Planning, and I have the great pleasure to be here today to speak about a very interesting and I think a very important project being proposed by the Canadian Helen Keller Centre. It is a registered charity proposing a 58-unit, 6-story apartment building with a specific mission and purpose to provide deeply affordable rental units to deafblind individuals. We have reviewed the reports from staff, planning, and transportation, which I think do a wonderful job of summarizing the issues at hand. It has been a long morning, and in the interest of brevity, I am happy to forego my presentation if the committee so desires and simply answer any questions that might be posed.
A very fulsome presentation, very well done. And again, we have the planning report in support or report for information explaining why they feel this is supportable. Again, quite extensive. Members, do you feel we need a presentation, or we can just see if anyone has any questions? Because it is a rather fulsome presentation, nicely color-coded too.
And I believe the
No
I believe the transportation is okay now on the parking deficiencies based on the occupants of the building.
Yeah, I didn't indicate that they were okay, and the planning report is just for information, so it gives a good summary of the situation.
I'm happy to. I'm happy to make a motion if no one has any questions. This is a very worthwhile project, and I move for approval with no conditions.
Happy
Correct.
to second.
Okay. Thank you. All in favor?
It's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good luck with the project. Okay. So having said that, we've now finished the morning session. We have a short afternoon session. It is now 2:22. Madam Secretary Chair, do you want to return at 3:30?
Yes, so for
later?
anyone participating online through WebEx or YouTube, we will resume at 3:30. Sorry for the delay.
Okay, thank you. Have a good break, everyone.
Actually,
We-
actually been